What's up, everybody? Gonna be a different kind of stream tonight. Trying out the D&D thing. We'll see how it goes. Definitely give feedback on things you'd like to see changed, especially with the layout and how things are done. But for these streams, honestly, I'm mostly going to be ignoring chat. It's going to be mostly about the game. And you guys are just welcome to come along for the ride. That said, I'm going to go ahead and jump over into our Discord call for that. And we will get started. Yeah, cool.
Anybody's still alive, and the people that did this to him.
Gotcha.
Hello.
Welcome,
Hi.
everybody.
Hello.
Yay, early D&D.
Early
Woo!
D&D. All good. More D&D equals better D&D.
D&D on demand.
Well, thank you guys for choosing me. I'm excited. Yeah, I had a good. I felt like we had some good rapport going, and yeah, this will be fun.
Thanks for giving such a great first impression.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently we didn't suck at that either, so hey.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, hey, you know.
I'm a little, because I just had to message all the other people saying they're not chosen. It drains you a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough.
But I mean, I did that with another group because I actually interviewed with another group the day before I interviewed with you guys, and after I got done talking to you guys, I told the other, I was like, ugh. Like, appreciate you taking the time, but like, I'm not feeling it. And they were a very young group. Yeah, I was like, oof.
That can either
Yikes
go
all
well
around.
or terribly.
Yeah, one was like, can I be a vampire? And I'm like, well, we could kind of play into that, see how it works out. Maybe could we do something like maybe you start off as a human who was like freshly bitten or like whatever race, and we kind of lead into it so it's not just like vampire and torches and crosses and stuff, right? So it was like, can we like develop? She's like, well, I kind of want to just be a vampire. And I was like, well, you realize like walking through a city is going to be a problem, right? And it would, gonna like the very like you're an abomination. People are not gonna like you. She's like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, and I was like, so like, why? Like, what is? She's like, I just want to be a vampire. And I was like, oh, okay, I see where this is going. So.
No, the struggle of loss of humanity and getting to roleplay, that's just the good shit.
Right?
Not the vampire part.
No, that's actually inconvenient.
Yeah. All the inconvenience without any of the interesting bit. Is what it is. But any of you could become a vampire. Just gonna
Yay!
see if you guys get there.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no.
Same with like the were races. Definitely vampires and were races on this world. Cool. So let's just talk a little bit about the world to get like a better sense. Put a bunch of words in the lore dump channel, but essentially, Ruxans are the human empire. Monarchy, headed in Galsus, is their capital, right? Can you all see my pointer, by the way?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Galsus is the capital of the Ruxan Empire. They're snobs when it comes to their specific deity, right? So all of their deities can suck it, and if you're seen performing like divine-inspired magic, that's fine, right? Just say you're doing it in the name of Cadriel and everything's good. But if you're performing like sorcery or druidic magic, shamanistic magic, that's basically witchcraft burn at the stake level of hate taking place. Now, that is more central to the Ruxan Empire, right? So the farther away you go from the capital, the easier that gets, right? So obviously, like you're on the outer edges, people tend to like look the other way. But if you're like doing stuff out in the open, it's still asking for it, right? Because there is like active bounties up on heathen witchcraft, essentially, how they consider it. It's the human-dominated society. Let's see, King Uller Ruxan III and his youngest son, Uzziah Ruxan, is the head of the Church of Cadriel, whose main cathedral lies in Galsus as well. And they have like a very inquisitor-oriented, like guard/military, just dominated society, right?
What a pleasant neighbor.
It's a great, it's a good place to grow up, right?
It's the Spanish Inquisition permanently. Got it.
Yeah. So if and they won. So yeah, so that's the Ruxan Empire. So naturally you would see like this kind of slight outpour of this society, especially by a lot of the other races. Right? So while it's not you can't be other races and live here, there is a bit of a like a prejudice that does take place. Kind of under the surface. It's not super blatant. Right.
Is it second-class citizen status, or is it like better than that?
It is like none of the like lords of these different like towns and regions what you see will be anything other than human. Or you may find one, but it's like exceptionally rare, right? Like they did something pretty phenomenal, right? Or Cadriel themselves like blessed this person type of idea. There are various monk temples scattered throughout. Valorai Yajirushi Temple specifically focuses on like archery, and they are like a very neutral organization throughout the world. Let's see. Yeah, so that's kind of the Ruxan Empire. They hold a tedious truce with the Jugala Kingdom, right? Who borders them on this like kind of largest continent of Ithaca. It's called. The Jugala Kingdom is the elves. Light Meadow is their capital. They have like a representative council where different members represent different areas, all come and make up a council of the council members that then decide on law and movement in society and things like that. On that council, they vote and they choose one representative to be like the spokesperson, right? The council's hand, where they're the ones that like represent the kingdom in foreign affairs. If there's like a stalemate in votes, they'll be like the tiebreaker, stuff like that, right? It's like a figurehead essentially.
What Caesar was supposed to be.
Yeah. You know what happened to Caesar? So up here, this is all like massive forests, kind of along the line of these like central mountains. These are all like massive redwood forests. So it's all wood elf dominated. The council is primarily wood elves, and they live up in these vast cities that just like hang among the trees. If anybody's been to the redwoods in California, kind of know like the scope of what I'm talking about when I say trees. But even bigger.
Now, is it so? It's wood elf dominated.
Yes.
Which means there are other elves scurrying about.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just elves, or like the other like Eladrians running around there as well?
No. So the Eladrians are primarily in the Feywild, except the handful that kind of fall through the veil every now and again through whatever, right? Experimental magic, or just plane shifting, or just some kind of spontaneous event that takes place, or or they tried to come over because they want to explore the material plane, right? It's more of like this takes a whole lot of effort or some kind of event to happen for you to cross into the Feywild.
Were they Adriel?
Eladrin?
Oh, okay. I thought you said Eladriel.
You know
Is
Eladriel.
This
Yeah.
I'm like the Lord of the Rings lady?
Brohan. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay.
The Eladrin.
Okay, so there might be a few Aladdin scattered about here
Yeah.
and there, but they're mostly in the Feywild.
Yeah.
If let's say there were an Aladdin off the Feywild, would they
Mhm.
naturally congregate where the elves are, or is there they kind of would be all over the place?
I think that would depend on what court they're from, right?
Hmm.
So their court kind of determines their personality. If you're from the
Right.
winter court, you're kind of like a solemn, almost like introspective, more of a person, right? If you're like spring, you're like a go-getter. You're like always on the move, that kind of thing. Summer, they tend to like deal with their problems head on, stuff like that. So they're like your court kind of determines your not personality, but like your typical mood, I guess more.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it might not determine your whole personality, but it'll certainly have an influence on it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
All right, neat. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Last Wind so we talked about the other elves, right? So mainly Wood Elf dominated. Last Wind Enclave is the peak of these mountain ranges holds the High Elves that kind of have set up their society up on the peaks of these mountains to where they could just be like left alone to experiment and try to achieve like magical greatness, essentially. So they're up there just like churning away with enchanting, to the point where there's like zones that are like no-go zones where there's like, if you walk in this 25 meter radius, like magic just doesn't work here because that one asshole messed up his experiment over here, right? Like that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, and so that's more magical enchanting than it is tech. While there is artifice that takes place there, it's more of like the enchanting and experimenting with spells themselves, right? Than it is like technology.
So if we want to make a spell, we should go see them.
100%.
Okay.
And they kind of have representatives throughout Valorai. So it's called the Mystic Order, and they have towers at all different points in the world. The exception of there's a tedious one in the Ruxan Empire for obvious reasons. And if you're from Ruxan Empire, we could talk about it. But there's one in Aetherius, there's one in the Krogan Dynasty, there's one in Kolagar, there's one in the Jugala, and then there's a couple in Jugala for obvious reasons, right? But they're these just like beacons of experimental magic and the arcane. They usually hold libraries and good sources of information for the area, stuff like that. To the southern coast of the Jugal Kingdom, you have the Drow, which inhabit the ocean cliff sides and the underground passageways, excuse me, that run through there. They hold like a tedious truce with the other elves to where they always maintain one representative on the council to speak for them so that it makes sure they get a say in what's happening. But it's not like in terms of if like other elves are moving in and out freely through there, they're very standoffish. They rarely let people in. Just
Can
depends.
you ping it on the map?
Yeah, all along this like southern coast,
Okay.
right? Because this is all large, heavy forests, and then as it starts to thin out into these like rolling green hills till you get to like these big like seaside cliffs that overlook the southern ocean there. What else? So the Krogan dynasty, the Arctic, essentially, right? All of this up here, these blacker are faction boundaries. So this is the Uthka, which is a homebrewed race of a mix between like Vikings and tall dwarves. So they're like very strong, stout, heavy constitution, fair skin, lighter hair, thick beards, but they're a little bit shorter than your average like human. So they run like 5 to 5'6" tall.
So they're kind of like dwarves mixed with Goliaths almost.
Yeah, because they're it's like a very tribal people. They used to be nomads in the past that have been settled down in like the last couple hundred years, and hold a pact with the Dragonborn. So you've got Dragonborn and Uthka up north, and the reason they formed that pact is to stave off the advances from the Triton, which I know like the map ends, but like just up here you have like the Northern Sea, right? That like comes in spots that the Triton were like encroaching upon like the beaches and shorelines. And when you live in the Arctic, like your only real resource is the ocean itself. And so it's like forced these two societies to merge together to defend against a greater threat. And so they have a very like tribal, shamanistic culture. They have elders that each represent like the best of a certain area. So you have like the elder in charge of smithing and building, right? You have the elder that's in charge of like foraging and fishing. You have the elder in charge of the military. You have like the elder in charge of like the internal economics, right? Like you've got different elder that is in charge of different areas, kind of a thing, and they come together.
What is this?
That is a frozen interior sea.
Okay.
So essentially a glacier.
Okay.
Big ass glacier.
Big ass glacier. Huge ass frozen sea.
Okay.
Did someone say big ass glacier?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. And then you have Aetherius, which is where we're going to start our journey. Aetherius was the original home of the Lethan people, the Ganassi, and their original entrance onto this plane of existence. It's very wild still. It's made up of city-states that each kind of monitor themselves, have their own rules and laws, and they all kind of pool resources together in Lockhenge, which is the capital, like the quote-unquote capital of Aetherius, to where they all gather together, a representative from every area, and they vote on what to do, pool resources to stave off like any problems happening, right? We are starting in Odenvine. It's a small little rural village that's known for its agriculture, cattle, crops, orchards, that kind of thing. And you're all going to be level 2 to start. And basically, so you got to give me a decent reason why you'd be here. Whether it's, it could be something as simple as like, I'm just traveling, trying to earn some coin because I'm a level 2 and I have no money, right? And we're going to go from there. But in about 9 days in-game time, right, you're going to be taking a caravan, 4 carts, and each loaded up with the various crops, apples, cider, corn, just stuff like that, right? Resources, food, and about 40 head of cattle as well. And you guys are basically going to take an almost week-long trip to Lockhenge. And you have all been hired to kind of help oversee this and help protect them, because word is out there that bandits have been spotted more on the road. There's been an uptick in bandit activity, and they're taking extra precautions by hiring you guys. And you guys will all get 50 gold up front and 50 gold upon finishing the task each. And then as well as like all the food you could eat during the entire time, because they're loaded up with agriculture.
Oh boy, they should not put that in the clause. They will regret it.
Hey, didn't we have 100 cal before? Why do we only have 5?
Rehinges
Yeah.
jaw.
But that is the kind of general overview of the world. Let's see, what am I missing? So stuff unique to this world, because compared to like the like Forgotten Realms or Faerun, right? You have like 4 primal elemental planes that represents a different Ganassi group, right? Earth, fire, water, and air. Then you have the abyssal plane, which is like the combined infernal and abyssal realms. The different layers, there's constantly war being waged between demons and devils for domination over the various realms. So if you ever go there, that's what's happening there. There's the celestial plane, which is the deities, where like they cut out a large section of that realm to themselves, where they house like the souls of their followers, their faithful followers. And that would be like their afterlife. There's the fugue plane and the Shadowfell. So there's the fugue plane. It's watched over by the god Asif, right, which is basically the Grim Reaper, the god of death, right? And think about it as purgatory, or a bus station. So souls immediately go there. Asif oversees them, and they wait to be claimed. So if you made a deal with the devil may show up, snatch your soul, right? Or if you're a faithful follower of Rabdos, the god of war, right? Then you may get taken up to the celestial plane to wage war for eternity and glory and Valhalla vibes, right? Valhalla vibes. And so, so the Shadowfell is a parallel to that, to where if no one claims you and you sit for too long, your soul begins to wither away and become like warped in this like void called the Shadowfell. And it is Asif's duty to keep that sealed off from the other planes. And then you've got the Feywild, which we've kind of talked about, right? It's got the 4 seasons, each governed by the Eladrin. Each is a different court. And in the center of that, like right at the crossroads of those 4 seasons, there's like a floating keep where Veritan, an archfey that achieved godlike power, is said to sit, experimenting and doing his stuff. Then you guys got my deity list, where those are not everyone, but they are the well-known ones for sure, right? So there are a few others, and like, for instance, I've had friends that have played this before, this world, and they're like, we kind of want to be, what if we worship like the sun and the moon? And I was like, okay, that's cool. Well, we can have twin gods, each representing like the day and night cycle, right? And like one was a cleric of one was a cleric of the other, and they kind of teamed up and stuff. So they'd be like lesser deities. Cool.
Yeah.
Any questions on any of that? There's a lot there.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like, different planes and stuff. Is it common for like planar travel to happen? You said that it would have to be a pretty crazy event to like get into the Feywild, but what about like the elemental planes?
The elemental planes, no one's sure how the Ganassi got here. There are theories on that, and that would have to take some in-game investigating to find out. Or your character backstory have to deal with Ganassi, or maybe you're a Ganassi, and then we can talk about it. But in terms of movement through the planes, like the Fugue plane and Shadowfell are like, no one has ever heard of anybody going there and coming back, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Celestial plane where it's like an exceptional few, like old stories of like the hero archetypes, right? Like ascending and being like God touched or ordained by a deity directly and returning with like a godly inspired weaponry or armor and stuff like that. Basically the right hand, or not paladin. What's the word I'm trying to think of? Like the chosen one, essentially, of their deity.
Okay.
But that's super rare.
Avatar.
Yeah, avatar is a good word. The abyssal plane is possible, especially with cults and things like that, right? And the whispers of devils and demons trying to gain access. But none of it is common, for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess, so when I was kind of theory crafting my character, a feat that I was looking at was Fey Touched, which is basically like, I guess, is that something that is plausible here, or?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There's definitely influence from all of these planes that could take place, right? So think about it that way. Travel, like complete travel to and from, very tricky, but definitely thin spots in the veil appear, right? And so coming across these moments or these things can have an effect on you. And
Okay.
so that is totally possible.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I wouldn't have to write that out or anything.
No.
So, where would halflings be from?
They are a scattered group. I think they originally came from like the northwestern portion of the Ruxan Empire, but have been. So you'd find the heaviest population of halflings, but they definitely don't have any say in what happens in the Ruxan Empire, unfortunately.
Okay.
They got kicked out.
So is that pretty much?
They got incorporated, air quotes, into the Ruxan Empire. Yeah.
Is that pretty much how it'll work for all the races then? If it's not like explicitly said, like the Ruxan Empire is the human empire and the Dragalia Kingdom is the Elven Kingdom. Like if it's not listed like that, they're like scattered races kind of found wherever.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely certain areas where there's higher density of those races, but if I didn't expressly say like they're part of this government or whatever,
Mhm.
then they're typically like, yeah, from a geographical region, but we're incorporated into whatever kingdom or empire or what have you.
Okay.
How tied together are the city-states in Ethereus? Is it like we hate each other and then we come together in
Nope.
when we're about to be invaded, or is it actual? It's not like the Greek city-states. is what I'm
No. It's very much like we're gonna do things the way we want down here. You guys do the things the way you want up there. But like people could go to and from. It's just understand what the rules are when you enter a new area, right? Because northern Aetherius is very like heavy woods and snow, right? When you start to get up higher, kind of Ruxbury, Temple of the North Wind, Shul, like all up here is like very winter forest kind of vibes, right? And then you get like the more kind of big plains that sweep through like this entire region at the middle, and then when you get to the far south, it's like the desert. So, like for instance, Ruxbury has a bunch of lumber to sell, right? But they don't have like the acreage to raise horses, to where, Ryberg may be just far south enough to where they have a bunch of horses, and then so they trade. You take some wood, I'll take some horses, and so they all have a very close relationship with each other. Plus, they've all decided to pool together resources for a guard force called the Seraphs, and that's kind of like your general military force in Aetherius. Even though the individual city-states, especially in the farther regions, tend to rely on mercenaries and hired guns more, right? Which is one of the reasons you would come here to try to just earn some coin, right? Without having to really explain yourselves necessarily, because it's pretty commonplace.
Okay.
No, man, I had a question and I sneezed it right out of my head.
These things happen.
In terms of like, I guess monsters or other creatures, like how common are they? Like, are most of the creatures in the continent that you see like just regular beasts, or are there like, are monstrosities fairly common, dragons, kind of stuff like that? Like how common are some of the more high fantasy creatures in this world?
Gotcha. Dragons are rare. The last time that dragons were really like well known and prevalent is in Kolagar near a millennia ago. There are still ancient ones spread out that tend to keep to themselves and hoard what they've gathered over the centuries, right? And you may come across them. But in general, it's not like, beware of this area, there's a lot of white dragons here, right?
Okay.
Monstrosities and stuff, they exist, but they're not common. Now, like, could you see, like, is there like an undead area where there's like undead running rampant and stuff like that? It's possible, right? But none that are like, there's no like off limits zones necessarily, except for Kolagar. Basically, all of the surface of Kolagar is like, don't go there, it's bad. There are beasts of all types. There are I have homebrewed beasts that I put into the world. Aetherius is more sparse and spread out, so you're going to see more of that stuff in terms of like beasts and just wild creatures spread out. When you're like in the heart of the Ruxan Empire, where it's like more populated, more dense cities, it's like obviously it's going to become more rare, but then you may have like fiends that are taking advantage of like the slums and the heavy populations and things like that, right? So they're all there. It just depends on where you go.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Remember,
Answer your question?
Yeah.
guns.
Guns.
You said artificers were coming into play.
Mm-hmm.
Who's hoarding that technology?
That's a great question. So
Why do I
there.
feel like Naomi and I pulled out the same ideas?
Oh, I don't want a gun. I just want to know who has the gun to avoid them.
Yeah. So gunpowder is a thing, right? Now, how you use that gunpowder, different factions have different ideas, right? So, the Ruxan Empire doesn't really care. They're more sword and board, divine magic. I'm gonna divine smite you and call it a day. But they do have like cannons on their ships and stuff, right? Kolagar have gotten into things like blunderbusses, these more like just big, let me just pull out one shot and then drop it and then run in with my hammer type of situation. The more the drow would have more of like what you would consider like the pistols, where they like pull and take one shot, you know, and then have to reload, or just re-holster it and go in with a sword, right? So like a sword and pistol kind of vibe. And then there's pirates. And then the pirates who were like on the open ocean, right? Or sailors or whatever for long periods of time with nothing to do and gunpowder for cannons have adapted this fairly well. And so they're the ones typically that have like the whole I have a saber in one hand and a pistol in the other hand kind of thing. But that's for like basic guns, right? Nobody's developed like a revolver to where you can get like multiple shots off yet. If you want to be like an artificer and start working on that, cool, dope. But in general, it's the single shot type weapons.
It's you have 10 guns on your bandolier, shoot
Exactly.
one, drop one, shoot
Just
one,
start
drop
pulling
one.
out individual guns, bang, drop it, bang, drop it, bang, drop it. Yeah.
Anywhere around that's like is pirate waters, if we were trying to like cross to the other side or something.
Depends on where you're from, if you would know that or not.
Okay.
So we can discuss. But so that was like gunpowder guns. Now, enchanted guns, still different, right? Because now you're getting a magical effect to come out of like essentially it's a wand on steroids, right? Is basically what it is. So it's you can have you may come across an artificer that's come up with a way to put Eldritch Blast into a rifle. You know what I mean? And you'll be able to get all your rounds of Eldritch Blast off with the rifle. Now, flavor-wise, that's going to sound totally different in-game, but you know what I mean? But mechanics-wise, that's essentially what's happening, right? Or something along the lines of enchanting like a air quotes sawed-off shotgun with a burning hands spell to be used and then has to recharge on like a short rest or a long rest, right? Like these are all possibilities and they're all becoming more and more prevalent. But that takes some skill to make or coin to buy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for the whole I'm holding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other vibe and look. So if you want to make that work, we could totally work on that.
I just want to be on the other side of the map when I shoot someone. Bow, gun, I really don't care.
Yeah. You know what?
We're
Then
really emphasizing long range.
cool. You could totally do like what we talked about would work. There's in honor of my little profile picture, you could do artificer artillerist and have an imbued magical object, which is a rifle, that shoots the firebolt out of it, right? And you could just like post up, shoot firebolts, have a little cannon on your shoulder that fires off as your additional, right? It's all about like reflavoring these classes into making it like whatever vibe you want to make. So those are all possibilities.
How are the relationship between the cards? I'm obviously asking this question. People are pretty realize that I'm probably going to be an elaborate of some sort, but how are like, what's it like to be like in the Feywild, with 3 other courts on the other side or what have you?
Yeah. They tend to keep to themselves for the most part. During holiday celebrations, they'll invite the other courts in to celebrate in their style, and it's kind of just good manners to come and celebrate. Outside of that, I mean, they get along. They're not like best friends necessarily or anything, but it's not like uncommon to have like a good friend who's an Eladrin of another season, right? Now, if it's the opposite season, that would be more rare, right? Especially
so-
just proximity wise. Think about it as a clock, right?
Mhm.
And between 12 and 3 is the winter section, and then between 3 and 6 is spring,
Where?
and then between 6 and
I
9 is summer,
talking?
between 9 and
Mostly because I mean I'm just taking stuff
12 is
in,
autumn,
asking questions
right?
kind of as
And
things
so
go
like
up.
that physically, now lay that clock down flat, and
We're
that's
still
like
trying to
the
learn about the
layout
world a little bit.
of the Feywild.
So that's
So
kind of
that
what's going
the
on right now.
proximity wise,
I'm sure in a little
winter and
bit
summer
later
are
we're going to
just
talk more about our
opposite ends of the
characters
world,
potentially.
right?
But we do have almost like an
as
entire
well as,
week before we
like,
actually start playing. So
in general, how they approach
are there big titted
situations,
elves?
problems,
Probably.
things like that, right? So they're going to be a little bit at odds on how they want to deal with things. But like going on the border of winter and spring, and having a friend over there, you know, interacting and stuff like that, it's totally.
I am new. How come Uwu didn't go off?
So there's no like court politics of them trying to outclass the other, get to the castle or something.
Not necessarily, because these
Oh, I know
people are
why.
generally, especially when you reach that
Hold on.
point, these arch phase, right? You know, there's the main court, and then there are a few sub courts that exist. And you know, if you want to be in one of those courts, we could work on kind of building the lore around an individual court to kind of make it your
Hydrate.
story. You know, so there's a little bit of politics in it, a little bit of power struggle, but they don't have the same ambition as like the short lifespan races, right? Because they just don't. I mean, they
There we
just
go.
live for hundreds and hundreds of years. So it's like, in our own time, like they'll make a fool of themselves, and then I'll have my opportunity. So I'll take my sweet time. You know what I mean? So it's not the same as like
Was that no?
human struggles.
Oh, poop where you eat.
No,
Got
just
it.
I
whatever's
got
already there.
official business. Goblin business. Please see table for business cards on your way out.
But the central castle, I'll tell you guys this now. Veritan's Keep, the large castle floating in the center of that.
Also, I just threw this
No
layout
one's
together like
seen or
maybe
heard
10
anything
minutes
covered.
before we started.
In fact, it even gives off a very vibe. It's become like a children's game.
I think I might need to touch
don't
all
know
these
if
now.
you've ever seen.
Yeah, I just threw this layout together like 10 minutes before we started, and I've been tweaking it since we got started. Let me know if you have any ideas on things I could change to
It's
make
kind of
it
like a similar
just look
game
better
that's
in
played
general.
With the keep.
Because right now there's a
gives
bunch
off
of
the
wasted
odd
space,
vibes
and I
where,
don't know how to feel about
you know,
it.
the adolescents will go.
My green screen was also really pissing me off, so I turned it off.
Just past the boundary.
So I don't know.
Keep. You know what I mean?
We can mess with that later, but
and kind of dare
it's
each
kind of where
other
I'm at.
in that sense. So. I'm just gonna link the Feywild information here for you guys.
Ah, neat.
Zat, what do you want? What do you want?
Are you talking to a pet of some sort?
Yes, it's
Just
my
himself.
cat who is constantly
What do you want, Brian? What do you want?
My cat has been headbutting me since you started talking.
Just wants attention.
I apologize. I totally forgot. So the dragon thing I was talking about earlier, there is an area with a bunch of dragons. It's literally the Isle of Dragons, which I completely blanked
That
on.
is why I asked.
Oh my
I
God.
wasn't sure.
So rumor has it it's like the last refuge of the blue dragons.
Blue
that at
dragons.
one point covered the surface of Kolagar, working with ancient dwarves on kind of had an old pact. But it's very standoffish. Nobody gets close. There's a massive hurricane kind of perpetually circling right on top of that island. Boats don't even make it there. So yeah.
Fun stuff.
All right. Did we
All
do
right.
homebrew stuff now? Homebrew rules?
Yeah. So let's talk about it a little bit. Yeah. So I told you guys about the Uthka.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wanted to be an Uthka, they get a +1 to con and a +1 to wisdom. They have cold weather adaptation where they can survive in cold climates without proper cold weather gear. They can't be critically hit by spells or abilities that deal cold damage. And then once per day, they can cast Thunderwave as a bonus action, as like kind of a shamanistic cry to their ancestors. We've got the Shaman class. That's totally available to take. We can discuss. There's 2 other sorcerer classes. There's a Force of Elements sorcerer, which taps into the primal planes as a source of their power. Yeah, and there's some story elements that you guys will see on those, regardless of if you take it or not. Then there's the Corrupted Essence sorcerer, where a few people have become corrupted with the like rot that covers the surface of Kolagar, but have learned to control it and to flip it to their advantage for the most part. And it's kind of like almost like a radiation that kind of oozes out of them. Then there is so let's talk about the injury table. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I looked over it. It actually doesn't seem that bad. I was expecting it to be a lot worse, I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's like a 3 or lower. That sucks. But
Yeah.
that's it. And then that's a if you fail the con save, or I don't even know. I don't even care for that. But basically, if you fall unconscious and fail a d20 roll, then it's rough.
Yeah, and I liked how most of it can be, fixed with magical healing.
Mm-hmm. And the way I do magical healing is a spell slot per level higher, but that doesn't give any HP. It just fixes the ailment, right? So it's like I use a cure wounds, but you don't get any HP from the cure wounds, but it fixes your broken ribs, right? That kind of a thing.
I think one thing that we were discussing kind of on our own was maybe not doing injuries on just a critical hit. I don't know if we're all still kind of feeling that same way, but we all definitely like the idea of, going down can cause one, or is it going down with a con save?
No, just going down will cause one.
Okay, and then obviously getting hit while you're down would cause another one.
Correct. And that's and the way my other guys run it right now is if you take a critical hit and then you fail a DC 10 con save, then you would roll an injury table, but that has led to a few harsh moments, especially if you're not a con-based class. That sucks, but in a way it makes sense too. But like I get it. Whichever way, I do like the idea of you fall unconscious, you roll on the table, and not have to worry about the critical hits, because those do turn up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm all down for buffing crits if that's the way we want to go about it. But yeah, I think the injury table might be a little bit too much.
Like on crits or
on crits, yeah. No, I like the injury table just like on a crit, even with a low con save.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're rolling real hot one day and a monster happens to get into the back line, I mean, then suddenly our wizard has no eyes and one hand,
Yep. I get it.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
This leads me to a question, because you've kind of touched on planar travel. How strong is magic?
Everywhere.
would we potentially be able to find a temple that would say have a cleric that could regenerate somebody if we paid
Oh, yeah.
probably half the price? Or is it like there's this one guy in this one space that
Oh no, it's fairly common, especially in the more populated cities, especially. And then it's not just regenerative magic, right? You could have, uh, for instance, if you can have an enchanter, you lose an eye, for instance, you can have an enchanter tattoo something around your brow right there that forms an arcane eye, and you get unique features for that eye. But you're also susceptible to like a dispel effect, right? Or an artificer can make you a Mad Eye Moody type eye, right? To where you have to where you got the little eyeball spinning in there in place, like there's a million options, right? In terms of what can fix that, right? It says right there in the player handbook for artificer that like they make prosthetics. So I think the armorer, you can like replace a full limb. And that's not including that I like to homebrew and do cool stuff. So.
Cool.
no, I've noticed. Anyway, to go back to that, yeah, I'm fine with the table on when we go down. I am against it on critical hits.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Yeah, I'm okay with that as well.
Same.
Yeah, and like I said, if you still want to like buff crits, because I personally think that they can be occasionally underwhelming.
I agree.
I'm totally down to make a new homebrew rule to go over that.
Yeah.
I usually do max damage on a crit. So it's like max damage dice times 2, essentially.
Okay, yeah. You just, so if you have a D8 weapon, then it's 8 plus 8 plus whatever your modifier is.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it just makes it feel like really impactful.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's one-shot some characters. It'll be fun.
It'll be fine.
We're only level 2.
Yeah.
That's why, and I'm gonna say this, I'm against that rule because if I take out my longsword and I crit, that means it's a D8. What do you do? Max damage roll and then add modifier.
That's 20 damage right off the bat.
That's easily 18 to 20 health.
Oh, I guess I don't do max
and then
on
you're a
both
battle
dice.
Master, so let's throw in some kind of strike
Paladin
and add an
smite.
additional. Yeah.
But even so, if I've got 8 and I roll a 3, all right, that's
Be guaranteed
So
11 plus your
I have
stuff.
seen, which I do like, is that one of those dice is max, and you roll the other one.
That's what I did. After we started talking about it, I was like, nope, that is actually way too powerful. Because I had players get to at least like level 3 without anybody getting close to dying, even after getting crit a couple times. So.
So you could do, if you did one of those dice is maxed, right? Then you would do so it'd be in that same scenario, someone with a +4 mod, right, would do 12 plus whatever you roll in the D8.
Yeah.
So it still guarantees a good amount of damage. It just may not be.
It will still kill half the characters in this
Correct.
party.
Oh yeah.
In one shot.
Oh yeah.
Could.
Go away.
Don't run in there.
That's my job.
I'm just saying that's one that I've used in the past. I'm not saying that's the one we have to use, but
I do wish crits were better, but I don't have a solution that doesn't one-shot a lot of people. So,
I mean, I can look for ideas over the weekend and stuff too. Kind of roam up here and see what people say. Like a small additional effect. Maybe some kind of a different table to where it's like, and their movement's halved, or and they get disadvantage on their next attack, or something like that.
Yeah, I can dig that. I can definitely dig that.
I'm not against that.
Like a minor injury table.
Yeah, basically, right?
And slight
Like
inconvenience.
you don't lose a leg, but you're slower, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Just lose a
Oh,
toe.
I will tell you this, because I know we're used to it and nobody said it. We have generally we spent a year playing a game where we used potions as a bonus action on ourselves.
Oh yeah, no, that's how I do it.
okay,
Okay.
wonderful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
I was
That was
also
the other. That
about
was
to
the other
bring that
thing I
up.
totally forgot. So I do, yeah, bonus action on yourself. If you administer it to somebody else, it's an action.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I love that one.
Can I throw
I've
this?
also heard
Go ahead.
if you use it as an action on yourself, meaning you take the time, you get the full benefit.
I was
You don't have to
just
roll.
about to say that and see how everybody felt about it.
So, like, take the action, get literally like a full whatever the max.
Yeah. So
workload is.
2d4 plus 2, right? You get 10. If you use it as an action. If you use it as a bonus action, then you roll the 2d4 plus 2.
Drink it slowly.
Mm-hmm. Basically, right? Because it's either like chug, slap, like throw it on the ground and then start attacking, or not attack this round and take a second to make sure you're good.
Make sure you don't spill half of it.
I'm good with either one. I'll let the rest of you guys decide that.
It's a rule that I've been wanting to try since I heard it, but keep forgetting to like ask about implementing it.
Mhm.
Not against it.
Kind of
Yeah,
makes
I'm
things a little
okay
bit
with
more
it.
strategic.
Mm-hmm. It's just that one little bit extra of like, yeah, I'm about to die. Let me just back up and use my whole action to make sure I don't die instantly. It always sucks too. You're in the middle of it and you chug a potion. Like, oh, I got 4 health back. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, considering how
I'm in
expensive
it.
potions are, I wouldn't be against that for sure.
Just remember, an opponent or a person with 1 HP still deals 100% damage.
Yes, it
If
do.
they hit.
If they hit.
If they hit.
Can steal deal.
Cool. I'm willing to try that though. I like that idea.
Cool.
Yeah, that was something I forgot. Flanking is just a +2 to hit.
I
Mhm.
think you mentioned that.
Full
Yeah.
advantage. Yeah.
Yeah, like that much better.
Given that there are 200 ways to gain advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see it in some of the many words that you posted somewhere that being prone does something similar where it's not advantage or disadvantage, it's +2 -2 to attack rolls? Or did I make that up?
You made that up.
Okay.
But
Good
That's
job.
Flanking, right? Is what that is.
is what? Sorry.
Flanking.
Plus 2, yeah.
Yeah, flanking's the +2.
Yeah, but like if you're prone, you'd have a -2 on your attacks and everyone else would have a +2 instead of you'd have disadvantage to hit and everyone else has advantage. I don't know where I read that from, or maybe I just had a super weird and vivid dream. But
You did.
It may have been a vivid dream.
Yeah,
I've been having some
I
weird
definitely
fever
did.
dreams lately.
maybe it was someone else we had interviewed who said that.
Yeah, so the
No.
technical for prone is they have a -2 penalty to attack rolls. Melee attack against them has advantage. Ranged attack has disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Which I think that's fair.
Yeah. I don't know where the hell I read that from then. That's gonna bother me.
He's on crack. Pay attention to him. Those after effects get you.
That coming down afterwards. Yeah. That all sounds good.
Cool. Trying to think if I have any other. Oh, I had a question that came up earlier. That I thought Matt was gonna ask, and then he asked a slightly different question. So we talked about like how the different like cities within each faction like kind of deals with each other. But how does like trade or relations between factions work? Like, is that slightly more hostile, or?
I think it really just depends on the factions. In general, there are currently no, like, we bar all trade from this group. Everything's relatively open. I'd say the most tenuous currently is Ruxin and Drugala, because they share such a large border, and the Drugala has been known to harbor magic users fleeing the Ruxin Empire, and that's struck a nerve. So it's tenuous, but it still happens. So that is
Okay.
probably the most heavily monitored border as well, currently.
Okay. I don't know what just sparked this. This is probably a dumb question. So Drugalia and Ruxin, that's Issaka. The Cold Hearth Dominion is Kulagar. Is the Krogan Dynasty and Aetherius, are they also part of Issaka, or are they kind of their own subcontinent country thing?
Aetherius is its own continent namesake, right? Like it's the
Okay.
faction and the continent, because it's city-states, and so it's like, they just call themselves Aetherius.
Okay.
The Krogan Dynasty is kind of, I mean, they haven't really named themselves, right? They're just a very simple people, so it would be like this is still kind of part of Issaka, and this is really kind of part of Aetherius still. There's some
Okay.
arbitrary border, but the Krogan people don't care.
So
I
it's
don't know
like
if that's the right word, but
unincorporated Issaka Aetherius.
Yeah.
Okay. Like how
Where
Russia spans Europe and
there's
Asia.
like a purpose to walling Kolagar, right? To defining that, because at some point this turns into no man's land.
Yeah.
Right. So there was a reason to section that off, basically. Which,
Okay.
by the way, on this map, this chunk is physically attached to this.
It's not just an island.
The map is all. Yeah.
We're
Well, it's on the other
zoomed in
side of
so
the
we can
world.
see.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's a globe, right? This is
Yeah.
no flat Earth here. All right.
So is White Ridge and Driftwood Harbor? Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Does it gonna have the same effects as Kolagar, where it's kind of rotted? Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, goody.
Neat.
Any wars, current, past, present?
Ancient war in Kolagar, where the dwarves and the blue dragons formed a truce, which is one of the reasons the the surface outposts have such. It's like a treasure hunter's dream, but it's also chaos and destruction and corruption and radiation. The apocalyptic wasteland on the surface, but filled with goodies. If you want to go look, right, that kind of a thing.
Neat.
But they held off. There was like a territorial war between the blue dragons and the white dragons, and the blue, out of necessity, formed a pact with the dwarves and helped advance the dwarves, and the dwarves provided a labor force essentially, and so jointly they held off the whites.
And then they nuked themselves into oblivion.
And then,
So it's basically Chernobyl down there.
Those damn whites.
Damn whites.
Always sticking their nose where they don't belong.
The Krogans hold old legends of titanic beasts that used to roam the Arctic, and we're talking nomadic tribes would literally follow this beast because in their footsteps they would crunch through the ice and snow, and just the heat of these entities would melt things away and reveal the earth beneath and resources. And so there were entire nomadic tribes based around following these massive titanic creatures. but none have been seen in the past couple hundred years. There's been past conflicts between the elves and the humans. Of course, most recent would be about 300 years ago, so not even that long if you're talking about elf lifespan.
The humans are
and-
like, that was in the past, and the elves are like,
Yeah, they're like, I was there.
that was
yeah.
last week.
Yeah. But that is one of the reasons that spurred the a sort of exodus from the Ruxan Empire and caused like this population growth in Aetherius and kind of pushed the Ganassi out, right? That like kind of spurred that exodus to happen. It's like, we don't like the way you're doing stuff, we're out. And like people moved on to Aetherius and the city-states really started to get established at that point. Because before that it was mainly Ganassi and the wild.
What's the main way to get to Aetherius? Is it like by boat across
Mhm.
here, or like
Yeah.
you'd be like, hey, just gonna trek through the Arctic for a little bit?
I mean, you could, but if you see the little dotted lines
Okay, that's the
on
main.
there, those are,
Great.
with the exception of this one, because the map I made wouldn't let me, is like you don't go near this.
I was gonna say that boat line gets
Basically,
awfully
a
close to
hurricane.
the Isle of
Yeah.
Dragons.
Is you cut right across here. Mount Eos is a semi-active volcano, a volcanic island, and you'd go right past that and then stay along this and then you go upstream this massive river. Yeah. To Lockhinge, which sits right at this fork in the river.
Okay.
And you said down here is all desert.
Yeah, kind of like this sort of thing. Most of this, and then down here it becomes like that cold desert, right? Like you're on
That's a terrible place. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that southern tip, is that affected at all? Because it doesn't seem like it's very far from that edge of Kulagar.
You don't know.
Sick.
No, the oceans is cleansing.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, magic ocean.
Yeah, why would unliving creatures be able to just walk to the bottom of the ocean to go wherever they want? That sounds ridiculous.
Okay.
But yeah. Anybody have any thoughts on classes? I know, like, if you want to keep stuff close to chest, that's totally cool. I'm all about the reveal. But, yeah, what are your thoughts?
No, I don't mind saying it because
Yeah.
I've got two that I keep bouncing between, and one is a long-range fighter, and the other is a soul knifer.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I told everyone what I was gonna play, but sorcerer, warlock, mainly warlock with a little bit of sorcerer in there.
Mm-hmm.
Cold based, mainly I'm gonna try and have all my spells have at least some ice elements to it. And it's gonna be mainly a little bit of some damage, some knockback, some slowing, that sort of thing.
Awesome. So you're definitely taking that elemental feat, whatever it is. Yeah.
Elemental, I did 100%.
Cool.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Damn it.
No,
You do it. No,
Nice.
you do it.
You
have to do it.
I was thinking about starting with Barbarian and kind of finding a way, probably through that Fey Touch stuff, to kind of incorporate it into that Shaman class that you posted.
Sweet. Yeah. That'd be dope.
I'm gonna go one rogue, one fighter. Planning on going swashbuckler, rogue, and samurai fighter.
Nice.
Oh god.
I don't know what the split is gonna be or how it does or like which I'm gonna take at each level, but you know, at least 3 at each. So I want my subclasses, but it's gonna be a while.
Nice. So we're hoping Lumos takes some healing spells.
She's a wizard.
Yeah, she was like
Let's
in
go.
Scribe's Wizard.
Oh, that's right, scribes, huh?
No
Yeah,
healing. Woo!
Yeah,
Nice.
that's why we campaign so hard for those healing potions.
Yeah, you're like those injuries. Mm.
Yeah. How prevalent will healing items be? Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
For those of you whose characters have been around, there's Kryn, which is set up in kind of like a swamp area. There's a lot of herbs that grow in that swamp, and so one of their mass exports are like herbal remedies and potions and things like that. So it is very prevalent.
Can we
in the
make
world.
potions ourselves if we
Totally.
find the herbs and
Oh, yeah.
herbals and kits and all that
Oh, yeah.
jazz? Okay.
Yep. May the dice
I
be
may
ever in
have
your
to
favor.
pivot. I may have to pivot and make a bard.
Don't be a
We
coward.
do enough damage. We don't need healing because everything else dies.
That's right. Best defense is a good offense.
Yeah.
As far as I think everybody knows what Matt's gonna play. But as far as races,
Let me tell you again what it is.
I mean, if we're gonna be playing similar races, maybe we could link some of our backstories.
Oh yeah. Yep.
With the
I was thinking of playing an Earth Genasi.
Cool.
I mean, I was thinking about it, but after talking to it, I really want to play the Dog Mutant.
The what?
No, I was making a joke because he
Oh.
talked about vampires.
Oh yeah. Gosh dang it.
No, I'm probably gonna go either full elf or wood elf. I mean, either half elf or wood elf.
Full elf or wood elf? Got it.
Full elf. Either
Full-
wood elf or half elf.
Cool.
I'm a little halfling.
Just a little guy.
Yeah, just like very small halfling, like 2 foot tall.
We're
Come
gonna
at me.
lose you in the grass.
Yeah, they shank your ankles.
Stop it.
Movement speed though. Yeah. It's like 12 steps for every one of the tall elves. Sweet. And then a scribe's wizard.
Yeah, and it sounded like Lumos was interested in, or she just said that she likes Genasi. I don't know if she's actually gonna play one.
Yeah, she was very excited when I mentioned Kanasi.
I love how we picked all radically different races for the most
I know.
Yay!
And
Whereas like
none of
last
us-
time it was like all humans, and then the halfling. Were you a halfling? No.
No.
Who was
Think
the
you were
half
all
I was a half elf, but you guys kept saying I was a halfling.
You were just so
Yeah.
small.
I wasn't. I was like 5'9".
Wait,
I don't
wait.
know. You were wearing a goblin mask. You just presented as small.
Yeah, I was raised by goblins.
Apparently, we also thought that meant you were short as one.
To be fair, in that same campaign, some people also thought that I was a halfling.
You did say you were going to be a halfling and changed it at the last minute.
Yeah, you did.
It wasn't last minute. It was like, like a week before. I talked to the
Yes,
DM,
but-
and it's like,
You didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I feel like when I introduced myself, I said I was half elf, but maybe I'm wrong.
Anyway, we had the human brigade last time. So.
Hey, I was an isomer. I don't know what you're talking about.
Mhm.
Whatever you
The
say,
human
bird boy.
You're a
presenting the
shiny
game.
human. Got it.
Technically, I was just a bunch of spores in a skin suit, but
Gross.
Yeah.
You're a million ants.
yeah.
God damn it. We are million ants.
What are you talking about? She was the big bad for the next campaign.
Yeah, that's why half of us were immortal, so we could keep tabs on her.
Yes, I played a lawful evil character last game.
I love lawful evil characters.
Yes.
Those are so
Technically, she was only evil because she was a bunch of spores who just wanted to expand, and they didn't think the same way humans did. But
That's fair.
I would actually argue neutral evil in that, but sure, whatever.
I mean, she had a set of rules she followed.
Only because we beat them into you.
She finished lawful evil. That's not how she started.
Okay. It's very chaotic. We have character sheets.
Oh, that would make sense.
I mean, I did make a couple of things on D&D Beyond, but I don't know how to get them over yet.
Yeah,
And
I have.
we have
my
a
own.
like a backpack, a group loot page that we can edit.
And notes.
Notes, please. We're very
They're just gonna
needy.
keep looking for stuff. You better be careful.
No, right?
And we also have
What
a
else
pet
do you want?
page. Maybe some summons.
Well, I actually have a full list of druid forms on here.
Oh,
already.
good.
Can I have an actual
So
pet,
glad-
like a
glad
dog
none of
or
you
something?
were druids.
Only if you're ready for
That
that
would have
dog to
be
die.
nice.
Like an actual cat? I mean, in game? I mean,
No, not in game.
Yeah, will you just mail me a pet, please?
Please, I'm so lonely.
Fucking have my cat.
Too relatable.
I don't want your cats.
No one
Damn.
wants my cats.
I'm sorry, my cat hates all other creatures, so
Right, you should all have character sheets.
Are they hidden from each other? That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can't look at each other's picture, though.
Yeah, you can. You just gotta change it at the bottom.
I don't have a picture yet, so it really isn't.
No, I mean we can't look at each other's picture.
I do have a picture. I spent way too much time last night looking up pictures to decide what race I wanted.
Ooh, show it.
Meh. Hold on. Because they're asking a lot from me.
Yeah, really. Hey, I'm supposed to be the roll 20 special ed here.
I almost clicked the wrong one.
Interesting.
He's gonna have some attitude.
Oh, okay.
Although he's a barbarian, you know.
Oh,
I'm
no.
also gonna have to do some research on what Winter Court Eladrin are like, so I can see if maybe mine and Matt's backstories can corroborate.
Nice.
Oh, and now we play the fun game of copying my character sheet from my test game over to this one.
Alright, you should have a group loot handout now you could fill out. Was that it? What else did you want?
Notes.
Notes.
Could be individual, could be group. I don't know whatever's best for people.
I'm going full Count of Monte Cristo on this, guys.
I don't know what you just said, but bless you.
You've never heard of that story?
I probably, but
Wait, what
Count of
story?
Monte Cristo?
I've heard that collection of words.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want individual notepads or do you want
Either or.
I'll have a Google Doc for my character. I'll just write it there. That's fine.
I was gonna say, by odds are, there's only gonna be one of us that is actually
I have paper.
taking good notes.
Like
Hey.
real paper?
Yeah.
The
hell?
judgment in
What?
that. Holy shit.
Like, ugh.
Like
I'm
from
sorry.
trees? Like paper from
yeah,
trees?
cut down
Like
trees?
what?
Yeah.
Yes.
What
I'm
did
that
trees
old.
ever do to you?
Yeah. I remember when we used to use paper. Yeah.
Am I insane? What isn't... Why is Ailrigger showing up in classes? What is that?
Let's say
What?
now?
Yeah, I see that too, between fighter and monk. What is that?
What are you looking at?
On the character
took-
sheet.
If you click on class, there's the
Oh, yeah.
options.
Illrigger. I have to click it now.
Was this like Character Mancer or something?
No.
Yeah, well, no, it's just editing the sheet itself. It does nothing.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I don't see
Yeah.
anything that comes up that's like
hell?
official.
I wonder if that's what they meant for Blood Hunter.
Yeah, because that's technically official, right?
No, it is not official.
It's
Oh, it's
in
wild
it's
or whatever.
in gray area.
Well, Matt Colville did a review of it. No, it is Matt Colville's class. Just kidding.
Oh. Oh,
Huh.
really?
Yeah, Nerdarchy did a review of it.
Okay. I've never heard of it before.
It's a versatile armored warrior with a wide array of supernatural abilities that reflect the infernal source of their power.
So it's the Demon Hunter from Diablo.
It's the Demon Hunter from Demon Hunter.
Sure.
He doesn't sound very bemused. He sounds very bemused by that.
Everybody take one basic potion and one extra common item.
Extra common item?
Yeah, extra common.
Extra common.
Super common.
This is not your run-of-the-mill common item.
Wig.
This is extra
It is
common.
Pebble.
It's
It is
Stone.
super
basic,
common.
you could say.
Yeah.
Ordinary, as it were.
Basic potion. What is that? D4 plus something?
Shab-
4 plus 2.
Okay.
Shabwababa.
We do
I'll
like
add that in a minute.
Tasha's background stuff, or
Yeah, Tasha's stuff should be fine. No lucky feet. Screw you guys.
Oh, I am offended that you even suggest I would choose such a thing.
I am hurt.
At level 1, really.
Hear you spamming the backspace button.
What?
I mean,
What?
I was gonna
Who?
wait till level 4 at least. But fine.
At least level. Come on.
Okay, I'm.
Trust me.
So
When
I'm,
you see my dice rolls, you'll understand.
as I'm going back and I'm looking at this character, I was really going all in on Feywild stuff. There is a Fey Lost background from The Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Yay or nay?
Yeah, let me look real quick.
Oh yeah, that's where you're basically a changeling.
This is what.
From
Not quite. This is like you got like kidnapped
Oh,
by Fae.
Oh yeah, you got yoinked by the Fae.
Yeah.
Time.
I mean,
yeah,
I could downplay it because I think part of it is the Feywild visitor, so I could just say that I've had a Feywild visitor. I've never actually
I
been
could be your
in.
Feywild visitor.
You could be
Oh,
the
God.
one,
Yeah.
but you took
now
the
you just
form
follow
of
each other around.
an awakened creature,
Yeah, there you go.
or a satyr, or a unicorn, whatever you want.
really, I just want you to be happy, man. That's all I want.
That's a big want. I don't want to break your hopes and dreams.
Your goals section on your.
Well, that's my only hope and my only dream. So you know.
All right, yeah.
That sounds obsessive. That's not healthy.
I can be your Bond. I don't care.
Are we talking in game or in real life? Because I think we're mixing.
I'm also lost. I'm.
Not this again.
Are we Nat and Breely or Matt and Logan? What's happening?
If you two romance again, I swear to God.
I'll fight you. And by you, I mean Naomi.
Okay.
Oh, let me go get the popcorn.
Does anybody need me to make their picture a token?
I have one pre-made that I can send.
I see it.
I think I have a website that I use.
Yeah, no, yours is good. No.
Should I just send mine to you as well?
I mean, is it the picture on Discord? Because I
Yes.
just grab it from there. Okay.
Yeah.
Mine is-
Well, just so they all match, I guess you can use mine too. It does bother me when things aren't consistent.
I'll have that sorted out and send it to you. But since I'm rethinking the fact that we have no healer,
Oh, let us die.
Don't be a pansy.
Hey, we'll be.
No, if you already made it into a token, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, if somebody needs me to make it a token.
Oh, I already have a token for myself, so I'm good.
Okay.
no, I got it.
Makes my life easier.
Fine. I'll do it myself too.
At least I think I got it. If I have a problem, I'll let somebody know. I need an adult.
I'm an adult.
I need another adult.
I need a safer adult.
I need a real adult. No. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna go Twilight Cleric while I follow the healing we need.
No! Don't do it. Don't
Come
do
on,
it.
why can't we ever play challenge mode?
Right?
I thought we were gonna have fun.
Double up
I mean,
on
I'll be-
fighter rogue. Come on.
Oh no, it'll just be one or the other.
No, double up with me.
2 fighters, 2 rogues,
2 people.
2.
No
Wait.
spellcasters even, just like rogues and fighters. Oh god.
Just arrows
I-
from across the map.
I thought you were also thinking of like Celestial Warlock.
I did, and when I saw 2 people originally said Warlock, I put that back in the vault.
Oh,
Who else
right,
said
'cause
Warlock?
You're the guy who doesn't like to double up on classes.
Yeah.
The same though. I'm be real right now.
I
I'm
mean,
just like-
I'm
I'm just
100%
like-
the same way.
I want to play one campaign where it's like we're all the same class.
I would love that. Or all the same race.
I would hate that. Honestly, I would hate
Yeah,
that.
I would hate it so much.
I would too.
Fighter's the only excusable one.
I disagree.
Oh no, I was gonna say Bard.
Cleric, hello.
No, if there was a cleric at the party, I'd be like, all right, well, I guess I'm playing something
Wizard.
Everyone be a holy person. How about that?
A paladin, a warlock, or a paladin, a warlock, a celestial lock, druid.
else. All the
Divine
same.
soul.
There was one in that video I shared. There's a cleric, a paladin, a divine soul sorcerer, a druid, and then I forget what the 5th one was. Oh, a Way of Mercy monk. I'm pretty sure.
I had a great idea for a celestial lock. No, it was a divine soul sorcerer, fiend warlock, fallen Ison.
You just said a lot of words.
I
I am overwhelmed already.
Lots of
It's just
light
an
and
anime
dark.
character. Yeah.
The anime protagonist. Let's
It's
go.
yelling and then light exploding from your body, and then you killing something.
I feel like you're just describing my character from our High Seas campaign. I never know what border to put on my guy.
What?
on my token.
All right.
Nope, nobody did the third roll. Everybody was they
I
gambled it up.
I really want to play this character, and if I got bad stats for the third time, I would be heartbroken.
No, I feel like I need to prove a point. I did the point buy, but I feel like I need to show you the pain that would happen if I did.
Oh yeah. If you're committed to one, you could roll a third just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, just see
Right.
what you would have got.
That would have been awesome.
That's not bad.
That's actually not as bad as
That
I
actually
thought.
might be on
Yeah,
par with
that's
point
a
buy.
well-rounded person.
It's better than point buy, I think.
Matt, what would you've gotten?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm
Do
not
it.
doing that game.
Do
I'm
it.
not
Do
doing
it.
that game.
Do it.
Do it.
I've been hurt before.
No, I want you to feel. I want you to feel bad about your decision because I tried to get you to gamble.
You didn't want point buy, Matt?
Yeah, I went with point buy.
You didn't want a 4 in your
I
intelligence
do
or something?
want a 4. or 2 8s. I'm
Or
good.
2 8s. Yeah.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna see what I might have gotten. Well, that's a lot of dice that just went.
Oh,
Oh, that would have been
not
ass.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
See, that's what I thought I would get.
Yeah.
Okay, now I want to know.
Naomi's gonna end up with like 18 across the board.
Yeah.
6 18s.
Ugh.
Oh,
5.
Oh, that would be fucking sick, though. You know how fun that would be.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I
That's
would,
a
like
generic
that.
human if I've ever seen it though.
that's only slightly bad.
Look at all those
worse
odd
than-
numbers.
yeah. You play a normal human, and that would be a fine character.
Mhm.
That's
Except
sick
for
stuff.
wherever you put that 6.
Yeah.
It would be a lot of fun to to role
I
play
love
a low
having-
stat though.
I love having a low stat.
I mean,
Having
there's a
one of
low
those stats is
stat.
enjoyable.
There's having a low stat, and there's having like a 6. You know, or
Mm.
a 4.
Don't be a coward.
Shut up. Don't goad me. You can't.
Roll your stats.
Just see-
No.
Do it.
see what-
No.
Fine. If you don't, I'm gonna make Naomi take that third one that she just rolled.
No.
Why do you think I care?
You know what? I don't know. I didn't think I was gonna get this far.
He wasn't prepared.
Wasn't
So wait,
prepared
we've
at all.
got Naomi. What are you starting with, rogue or fighter?
I think.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I've never multi-class before, and
You've never multi-class before?
no,
What?
never like starting from like low level type thing. I did like 1, and everyone's like, "That was a shitty idea. Why'd you do that?" I'm like, "Oh, I thought it would be fun."
You thought wrong.
Starting fighter is slightly gets you slightly more. Let me see.
Well,
Starting rogue gets you more skills. Starting fighter gets you more health and.
Okay, I understand the problem here.
And
con save. Basically, it's Dex
And
or
better
con.
Yeah.
Oh my.
No, it's intelligence or con, because I think they both get. No.
No,
I
it's
no, fighter's
rogue is-
strength and
is-
con.
yeah, and
Yeah.
Dex is rogue is Dex and intelligence,
Yeah.
which is one of my dump stats. But
Yeah, but you get like all weapons, all armor.
but
Deal.
like going into a fighter, I'd still get all the weapons.
Yeah.
Would just
do?
wouldn't get
Nice.
heavy armor, but you know I'm going
You're
Dex based, so
Mm,
I'm not studded leather's the best armor for me.
Yeah.
Um,
So probably the skills, huh? 4 skills versus 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get an extra skill if I go rogue first.
I think you get 2 extra skills.
Well, net.
Oh, net, yeah. Okay, yeah.
If I start as rogue, I have like 4, and then if I like
Oh, I see.
started as fighter and switched in, I'd only have 3. So
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
That's what those backgrounds are for.
fill in. Yeah, I'm gonna have like so many skills selected.
Hey, we need a skill monkey. That's why I was considering rogue.
I don't know if I want to dump Dex or Charisma. And by dump, I mean, where do I put my 12 and my 14?
I hate you.
Because I'm dumping intelligence.
Oh,
You
it's such a hard
motherfucker.
life. Yeah.
Well, remember, Dex adds to your armor.
True. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll just get a really gnarly scar, which will bump my charisma.
There you go.
And by bump my charisma, I mean intimidation.
All right, I'm going with the fighter. I'm gonna try and make this work.
Or go with your rogue, and then when I'm grappling people, double the sneak attack.
Oh no, I'm gonna shoot
Okay, whatever.
them from far away.
Fine.
I
You
mean,
could do like
I
Arcane
also
Archer
might be
or Battlemaster? Or what?
shooting.
Oh no, I'm gonna do what we talked about.
Oh, yeah,
This
yeah,
is going to
yeah,
be just like our last campaign, where there's just one frontliner and a bunch of people 300 feet away.
Just, what's
I mean-
happening?
We're not even
I'll
going to
be
have an
up
off tank.
close- I'll be up close once I get to level 3 in
6?
rogue because who knows? It might be it might be 4, it might be 5 level. Anything past level 4, I might become a frontline.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and shoot people. It'll be fun.
That doesn't sound very nice of you.
Probably not.
How?
I don't know what background feature. I'm doing custom background and like try to find a feature thing that actually like fits.
I think that's what I did with Aloysius, and I was like, I don't know. This time I was like, I'm just gonna pick one, and if it's not the best, I don't care. It's close enough.
DM question.
Mhm.
Which of the major kingdoms has the most infighting between in itself?
Most infighting.
Like within itself.
Yeah. I mean, the Ruxan Empire has a few lords that don't agree, especially ones on the outskirts, right, that kind of have like lordship over the territory. So there's issues there. And Kolagar has like opposing families that have issues with each other. Right? So the dwarves have, it's a monarchy, but then there's like high tier or high class families. And those families don't like each other. They have like directly opposing opinions on what should happen in society.
Okay.
Obviously, the Jugala between the Drow and the Wood Elves is iffy. But in terms of like fighting, like actual fighting, or just like disagree.
Like yeah, to a certain extent, like do any of them like fight amongst themselves type of thing?
Like open conflict.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but there's definitely some that could, so we can talk.
Okay.
You
Because
know.
I was going to try and dictate race based off that,
Oh, okay.
if I needed to change it or not.
I forget. Do I get powerful build with this class or with this race or not?
The new one? No.
With Earth Ganassi?
Yes, no, I'm looking at it right now, actually. Dark Vision, Earthwalk, merge with stuff. You just happened to say that as I was scrolling through.
Yeah, I was getting confused because I was also looking at Goliath, which I probably would have changed to that homebrew race, and I was also looking at Furbolgs, both of which get powerful builds, so I was getting confused.
God, the spell's not in the compendium. Why?
Oh.
It's
Pendium's
tough,
weird.
buddy.
Yeah. It's our fan favorite. It's Ice Knife.
Yes!
Oh, Lord.
Yeah!
Are you going to ice knife us in the back, too? Or is...
No, of course not. I'm gonna ice knife you in the front.
Oh,
Love
geez.
it, love it, love it!
My evil character was famous for attacking party members with ice knife when they got surrounded.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. I think I'm going to modify my backstory, but I'm going to go with this.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back.
Take your time.
Not allowed.
More health would be nice.
No, you wanted you wanted challenge mode. Stick to your guns.
Gotta build the gun first.
Or buy it.
I'm working on it. He did say take an extra common item.
A gun? Is that a common item?
I do believe so, actually.
I don't think we're playing in America.
It said common, not given to. Issue.
Congrats on being born. Here's your first Glock. Okay, what am I failing to look up? I've remembered. Now that I'm putting this sheet together, my brain went completely blank.
Like, what do I do again? Who am I?
What does the character sheet look like? Black sheep, have ye any wool?
Damn, why you gotta do us like that?
What we doing? Oh. Thanks.
Making me regret my choices. My whole 8 strength.
Hi.
Feywild action.
Hi.
Good news, guys. If we ever find ourselves in the Fey, some friendly Fey creatures may be inclined to come to our aid.
Okay.
If.
In exchange for one of them eating us or something, right?
No, it's because I have very Fey-like mannerisms.
Oh.
Fuck.
With the eating too, yeah.
At least I got that.
They see me as one of their own. So I guess they just won't eat me, but they might eat one of you. Especially the small halfling one.
Correct.
Hey.
What? Don't be so small and delicious.
I'm just built like this.
Why does your face look like that? That's just my face. Oh. Does it have to be?
That's unfortunate.
Let me rearrange that for you.
Okay. Earthwalk. There's racial.
Cool. That's there.
Blah, blah, blah,
Didn't do
blah,
that.
blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's goodness.
All right. Does anybody
Ooh.
need additional information based on their PC?
I'm sorry, what?
Does anybody need like
Um,
additional information based on their PC they may not want the others to know about?
I will, but
Yeah.
once I figure out exactly how I'm going to ask this question.
I don't really understand this bit, so I can cast Pass Without Trace once within a short or long rest. No, just a long rest. But Constitution is my spell casting ability for the spell. But Pass Without Trace doesn't like need.
I don't know why they did that.
It's probably just to remain consistent with the wording of other spells like that, you know?
Yeah. It just seems silly.
Extremely.
You hear that, wizards? You're silly.
What languages has everybody taken so we can cover our bases if it matters at some point?
I don't know who you people are.
What do you mean, you people?
I mean, you pointy-eared elven folk.
Okay, that's fair.
One of you just doesn't speak common.
Goddamn knife ears.
Translated for the whole time.
Hey, I pass as human. Again. Mostly.
Except for the ears.
I hate that they put every language and weapon stuff in separate boxes. It's like, let me just paste everything at once, not having to click separate things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I write them all on one
Yeah.
line. It looks weird, but it's easier.
Wait, so if Matt is my Feywild visitor, once he comes into the actual, once he leaves the Feywild, then who becomes my new Feywild visitor in terms of the background?
His cousin.
My twin sister.
That's even better. I like that one too.
Ooh, that would actually be really weird because I did a like a roll for backstory kind of thing and just took the bits and pieces that I liked, and in one of them, I have a twin. I'm gonna.
Sometimes the story really does write itself.
Yeah. I'm gonna give myself a lot of family members so Ryan can really just fuck me over in the long run.
I love it.
I mean,
I approve.
I'm gonna give him a few. Unfortunately.
What am I trying to do?
It's like, yeah, where are you from? Baylock? Yeah, that no longer exists. There's just a hole there.
Fuck. I am looking for classes.
I before E, except after C.
And in a bunch of other cases.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's freaking English. deities.
All right.
Wom, 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 wom. Wom, 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 wom. Oh, do you like to do roll for health or use the average?
That's a good question. How do we
Since-
want to do it? We can either. I kind of like roll with advantage for health.
Okay.
No, I just took the average. If everyone wants to roll, I can roll. That's fine.
Roll with
All right,
advantage
let's
makes it a
see.
lot less scary.
That's
Mhm.
true.
Let's see how I'm gonna get fucked today.
Like,
So
wait,
what
I
are the-
haven't
what are
rolled
the
to see
two?
what my weapon stuff is. I don't know how good I'm gonna be rolling today.
Meh.
Yeah.
Fine.
You're gonna take the average.
I'm
Well,
gonna
I
take
get
one
to
less than
roll
average.
with advantage for the second one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, first one's.
Yes.
That would be my fighter dice. Is it?
First one's free.
I want you to know I did the same thing on D&D Beyond. I got paid in the-
Ooh.
Said 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Huh. Well. Okay. What do I get here? Jesus Christ! I can't even speak.
Roll 20 hates me.
Man, I'm sitting at 21.
That's
My
all right.
God, what did you do for your constitution?
16.
Hey, me too. Wow,
I
con
got-
buddies.
I got 2 17s and 2 16s to play with.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
I think you should be forced to take the 5.
I mean, hey, I'll take 5 strength.
Oh God, not this again.
just checks out for your character.
Be like, I'm playing a 7 intelligence paladin in my other game. I'm loving it. It's just like people are just like, yeah, this thing happened. I'm like, who is that? And they're just like, you don't remember? I'm like, no, I wasn't actually paying attention.
One day I'll learn to count properly.
Okay, so in that proficiency, I get a fighting style.
Rage, unarmored defense.
I thought you were gonna go with the rogue. No.
We're level 2.
She's splitting it down the middle.
Can be both.
She's gonna be both.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we're level 2. Wait a minute, this changes a... Well, not really anything, but I just get to type more stuff, and that makes me exciting.
Okay.
It changes not a lot.
It really doesn't change anything, but I get to type more, and I like typing stuff.
Any restrictions on the feats that we take in the beginning other than lucky?
Nope.
Sharpshooter, here I come.
Oh, and that one. You can't take that one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Too late. You said it. I've already typed it.
I kind of want to roll for gold.
Then we all have to. Think about what you're doing.
No. Veto.
You all might as well add 50 onto your background gold.
Yeah?
Yeah, because it's other
Oh.
sessions. session starting with that, right? You the money up front, and then
Right.
it's all
So we got the
contracted
money.
in the half.
Cool. That changes everything.
It changes,
I'm not
not so
I'd
much.
like hand them out.
background, so I'm not sure what goal.
Oh. I don't know. Does it say for custom background?
I'm
I think I've never
looking.
messed with it.
I think I just went with whichever one I pulled my feature from. Like whatever that starting goal was.
Let me put this. Bam. Yeah, I have a child on my lap who's eating snacks.
Oh man, I want snacks.
I had dinner. I'm good.
I did too. That doesn't mean I'm not still hungry.
Well, my dinner was exceptional, so just leave me to enjoy it, okay?
Fair enough.
Ha, at level 2, I have 2 subclasses, whereas some people have none.
Okay. Okay.
All right, you.
You're getting an ankle.
Who are
shank.
you, Aloysius?
Yeah, so we will talk about your patron.
My
Oh
patron?
my.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah. Are you gonna go with one of the fancy new sorcerers?
No.
Wow, coward.
Oh my, that's the second time you called me a coward.
Well, maybe you should be more cool stuff.
I am already super cold that I don't need the help.
Okay.
Whatever makes you sleep at night.
Yes.
It's mainly. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. Never mind.
Alright, you know what? I'm going Outlander Gold because I took Wanderer, so I'm gonna go with 10.
Matt, give me a musical instrument.
The
Loot.
loot.
Oh, are
A
we
liar!
The human
no.
voice.
Hand flute.
There you go.
Whiskey jug.
No, but it's literally coming from Matt.
2 spoons.
Matt is the one giving it to me.
Oh,
2 spoons.
well, he said loot.
Loot it is.
Those things you like put in your mouth and like wow wow like they
Oh, a mouth harp? Or a jaw harp?
where you like
Jaw
lick-
harp, I think it's called.
jaw harp.
Yeah.
There you go. Harmonica.
How much does a shield cost?
Enough to break the ice.
don't.
I didn't do anything.
Could be
I see what you're doing,
one
and I'm
basic
gonna...
common item. Hey, get back here.
No.
Basic
Catch me if you
common
can.
item.
The child's running away. Hang on.
Who speaks
Just
Sylvan?
I do.
Well, I mean, like, in general.
Oh, like elves or fey creatures?
No,
It's like-
elves speak Elvish.
No, but like it's the old Elvish language, you know?
Then I
Like-
guess I'm speaking Sylvan.
Sylvan is for the Feywild.
Yo.
Yow.
Hi, cat.
Yowee.
Yeah.
Ah! What have I done?
You killed everybody.
I posted nothing.
Cat, lay down. Yes.
Last time I checked, Marshall doesn't have a Q in it.
Can't see soup.
Soup?
Yeah, that's her nickname.
Oh. What's her actual name?
Suki.
Suki, but you call her Soup?
Yeah.
With
Because
a-
originally
with a
it was
P?
we called her Sook, and then it just like I just got tired of emphasizing it.
Ah. Soup.
I actually have to type. It was there. Okay, there it is.
Scimitar, huh? Okay.
Yep. I'm going with scimitar.
No, you're going with a scimitar.
I don't want a shield to show.
It's gonna be a centaur.
Yep.
He's
going with
using a scimitar.
Skimtar.
10 gold.
It's like a scimitar, but it doesn't hurt as much.
So like a falchion?
So you're a Fey visitor. You're just riding a centaur at all times.
I suppose
Would,
there's that too. No, there's like a spell.
Would
Who's this?
studded leather armor be a common?
Yes. Pretty sure.
I want to sell my regular armor.
Sell your regular and get that.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wait, so I missed the whole gold conversation. Are we rolling for gold, or are we just doing equipment?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's up to you.
He really likes the answer either or.
Yeah.
If it has not become abundantly clear to you.
Shit. Which one am I supposed to roll on? I get 3 trinkets,
you know
each
what? I'm
determined by
switching.
rolling on the Feywild trinkets table. Takes me to a table that doesn't necessarily say it's the Feywild.
Leather armor and shields are both 10 gold, so I'm just gonna trade those out for the...
Just kidding, I found it.
Sounds
And then I'll take studded leather armor as my one common.
88, 89, 67. Neat.
Did you just speak English?
88, 89, 67. Sweet.
Oh.
It was English, but I'm not sure.
I thought it was like, it just sounded like
It was
Swedish for some reason.
it was crack English.
My brain was like, no.
Context is important, and we didn't have it.
I was reading.
Okay,
So
got
I
my
get
fighting
one
spell.
item.
Oh, these are fucking sweet. I love these trinkets.
Oh god.
He sounds very excited.
Yeah. That's not a good sign. So one regular common item.
Oh, that's just cute.
Yep. So whether you want to like fill in that like mundane weapon that's not necessarily on your list that you want, or something along those lines, or just like a trinket of some kind, or whatever.
Okay, let's play a fun little game of what is in a Explorer's Pack.
Rope,
Rations.
torches.
I get a backpack.
Bedroll?
Yeah, backpack, bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox, torches, rations, water skins, and rope. Nothing really exciting.
Yeah, I just wrote Explorer's Pack.
I like to put the items there because sometimes you get cool stuff.
I keep D&D Beyond open next to me.
If you drag and drop the pack, and then go to your item and hit the little eye in your inventory on the item, they'll all pop up. You can scroll down.
What? This is amazing.
Witchcraft. I know.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
It's too late. I'm already halfway down the list.
God damn. Okay, you learn
Or you
something
can
new every
control
day.
C and control V. That also works.
I have 10 torches, 10 rations, which I'm sure at some point I will go through and delete half of these things because they won't matter.
I took the burglar backpack And I like to imagine myself holding a crowbar that's just as tall as I am. Not bigger.
Yeah.
Where am I putting that?
It's like between your
across
backpack and
your back.
you. Yeah, but it's got to be way angled, or else it just drags on the ground.
It's one of those, if I go through a doorway that's tiny, I get stuck.
We
You
have to
guys,
like pick you up and push you through.
you guys want to know what my trinkets are?
Yes.
I would love to know what your trinkets are.
I
What if I
got.
don't? What if I
Well,
want to be surprised?
then you can deafen.
Bitch.
Wow, that is. Oof.
Boom, mic drop.
Burned.
Just the eternal fuck yous that I get.
I don't even know if they would actually come up. I just think they're really cute. I got
Let me
a
know so I can know which one to put the evil spirit in. That
yeah,
crossed over with.
for sure. Well, I think I already know which one it's gonna go in, but I have a tiny sundial that casts shadow only in moonlight.
That's pretty good.
A candlestick whose candlelight looks like a tiny dancing fairy made of fire. And spectacle frames in the shape of butterfly wings.
Aw.
Nice.
Question for those who've played a warlock mixed with any other, spellcasting class. How do you differentiate which is your pack slots and which are your spell slots?
Doesn't
Can you?
matter.
There's not a
Um,
good way on the sheet. I usually just is that what you're talking about? Like actually on the sheet?
Yes.
I usually on that front page where it gives you like a generic counter, I'll usually just throw warlock slots right there just so I can keep track.
It'll keep track for you automatically. When it comes to resting, if you go to the cog, on the right side at the very bottom, there's short and long rest. Just turn that toggle on, and then whenever you take a short rest, it'll automatically flip your packed magic spell slots to full.
Where is that?
The cog, and then all the way at the bottom under general options, it's short/long rest.
It's crazy. How does it differentiate?
Just because it knows based on what level you are in Warlock, how many spell slots you get.
That's cool.
Okay, and okay,
Incredible.
nice.
There's also an exhaustion tracker as well.
Mm-hmm. That one I knew, but this is it the first time I've played a warlock? I think this is the first time I've played a warlock. So
I think this is actually the first time I've ever played a barbarian.
I don't think I've played a fighter actually. No, wait, yes I have. Never mind.
Oh, right, I get a loot. I can put that in my stuff. I get a winter loot.
Oh. Lucky for me, that goblin had exactly 11 health.
Oh, right, I get pass without trace. And then because of Fey Touched, I also get Misty Step. And then I get to pick a spell, and I'm going to go with Hunter's Mark.
I'm category small and all of you are medium, so I can hide behind all of you.
Oh, are you going Lightfoot?
Yeah.
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 Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah!
It's to. Is it to attack or to damage? It's to attack.
All of these, I can only use them once.
Alright, I'm sitting pretty at 19 AC.
Nice.
There you go.
God damn.
Yeah, really.
Can the auto... Nah. Can the common items also be common magic items?
Depends. Make a good argument for it.
Fair enough. I haven't even started looking. I was just wondering. Oh, yeah. These are all magic items. Okay.
I'm definitely going Fire Traveler. Perfect.
I'm only 2 foot tall. I don't think I can wield a longbow.
As long as it's not heavy, technically you can.
It's a longbow for you.
Okay, I picked up someone's regular bow.
You picked up a short bow.
You have a crowbar going one angle, and then the other angle is just a bow on the back that's like the tip of it's dragging in the dirt as you walk.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
What could go wrong?
It's like I've got it like horizontally to me, but like front to back. So it's like if I look down, I fling like a javelin. Like what's that? A high jump? Whatever they do, they pole vault.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Just picturing your character picking up a longbow and trying to draw it with your massive wingspan. Yeah.
Yeah. I got it. We're good.
The arrow flies 2 feet.
That is exactly her height.
Yes. Oh, I think it's heavy. Longbows are heavy, so I don't think I can carry it.
Oh no.
All right, short bow it is.
Yeah, they are heavy.
What a two-handed. Carrying a shield, so it's like I don't want.
That actually does bring a question real quick.
If I have a shield, I can't wield my axe with 2 hands.
Okay. Barbarians don't use a shield. What the fuck are you talking about?
I can.
Hey, yeah.
Because you can doesn't mean you should.
You don't know what I can do. Or should do. I'll fight you.
Oh my god. We haven't even started, everyone's already at each other's throat.
Right?
I mean, do remember that fighting me means that I'll be about 600 feet back.
I can Misty Step once.
So can I. DM.
Mm-hmm.
What other languages would be common in like the winter cart? Other than I guess Sylvan?
Yeah, Sylvan be the most common. And then let me see. A couple languages.
What? Great axe? I don't think I did. What did I want? I don't want a great axe. I think I wanted a battle axe.
Yeah, Sylvan, Elvish. Maybe hints of Primordial in there somewhere.
Yeah, I'll add Primordial. But why not?
Where would Earth Genasi live specifically within Aetherius? Does it matter?
Not necessarily, because they've kind of scattered and forgotten their purpose, so we can discuss more about like that, like what you would know.
Okay. I'm just trying to decide between if I go with a battle axe or a war hammer. Like, do I live in the mountains or do I live in the forest?
There'd probably be plenty of them around Bordurum, in the mountains there, in the hills.
Okay. Hammer it is. Yeah, and then
Oh, you
in
said
terms of
add a
knowledge, we
comment.
can go over whenever.
Say it again, sorry.
Talking. You said add one common healing potion.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. One basic healing potion. Yep.
Warhammer. Warham. What the hell's a vicious Warhammer? I want this one.
How much
No.
would I win?
Damn it!
You'll keep it saying yes for everything.
I'm gonna
No,
stay away like.
I'm gonna look up how common it is.
Okay.
Need to go to a different website. Ah, damn, it's rare. You win this round.
Anchor tips.
Let's see, and then I also want to change role queries to toggle.
Alright, so for other stuff I'm gonna need, just make sure your character has a drive. Right? Like a reason they're on the road. Could be like running from something, trying to get to something or get the funds to go to something, you know, trying to uncover information about something, whatever. And then yeah, give me some names. At least one like ally and one nemesis.
Nemesis myself.
You're like that summer bastard on the other side over there.
What? Look at him. All smug. With
In
his
his
bright.
warm-
Oh, fucking tanned from the sun. Look at that guy.
Boop, 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 boop.
How dare he breathe?
I'm gonna
like
give
at
you
all.
so many freaking names. It's gonna be sick.
Yeah.
I mean, let
You
me
know, this is
see.
the
I
first
copied a
time
lot
I've
of stuff into
ever-
my notes.
I think I'm gonna go with an old one I used to use.
Let me start messaging a few of you on stuff here.
Let's see.
Okay.
I have 6 siblings, 3 older, 2 younger, 1 twin. I know both of
Jesus.
my parents. And already in my adventuring career, I have made an enemy of another adventurer.
Oh, neat.
I am blameless for the rift. But work with the DM to determine the hostile character's identity and the danger this enemy poses to you. Their suggestion is a lawful evil human cleric who is also a guild artisan. But I don't really care about that. That
We're
seems
just gonna
dumb.
go the rock paper scissors route and have just an animated piece of paper constantly hunting you 24/7.
Oh dear God! Oh no!
Death by paper cuts.
Fuck! He'd beat me twice. I have a hammer and I'm made of earth.
Oh god.
I'm made of rock.
Yeah, should have taken scissors as your weapon.
Damn it! Is it too late? Can I get a? What even would be scissors?
Great axe.
Two short swords.
I do have 2 hand axes.
Just taped together.
Taped. They can't even like cinch.
You are a barbarian, so
Fair enough.
Not even tape, just a rough. You just beat them together until they stay.
they're just bent around each other.
Oh, That was one of the homebrew things we didn't discuss. The hit dice.
Oh yeah, the gritty healing.
Oh yeah, yeah. What are your thoughts?
I don't like it.
Personally, I do
That's
like
fine.
it because it kind of forces downtime, which we're gonna have some downtime anyway. And I like that, you know, if you get totally screwed over in a fight, that it might take 2 days to heal.
You're already totally screwed over because if you got totally screwed over in a fight, then you have multiple injuries.
Well, I mean, okay, so
You
if
don't have
You win.
healer.
you
win
don't
there.
go down, you leave the fight at 1 HP, it makes sense that you would need a couple days to recuperate.
When have we ever left a fight?
I don't know!
Do I need to remind you how many times we like literally died when we were in the other game?
Fair enough. Oh, this... Okay, since we don't have a healer, we have to... Okay. Would potions count as magical healing? For the sake of overcoming injuries.
You could. I'm gonna say, with a medicine check
Okay.
attached to it, like a DC 12 medicine check.
Respectable.
Did anybody
So, like-
take medicine?
No one takes medicine. What are you talking about?
No?
No.
Not a wisdom based
Yeah, see.
character.
I like try to make like other stats and utility spells meaningful. I like actively try to, just so you guys are aware. So like
I'm
preparing for
wisdom.
combat 24/7 is not the best idea.
Good thing I took
took
animal
a-
handling.
I like making other stuff useful. I just don't have other stuff.
I took a herbalism kit.
I'm wisdom
I'm gonna make
based,
some
so...
potion.
Potions.
I want to make some potion.
Or I guess I will be wisdom based in a couple levels. Right now I guess I'm strength based, but whatever. What is my common item gonna be? God damn it, I keep getting sidetracked.
Y'all sure you don't want me to be something with healing?
No.
Play what you want, man. Play what you want.
I want my scar, damn it.
I want to look cool.
I could get an Illuminator's tattoo on my face. Oh, well, let me look at it because it's Natasha's, damn it. I have the book, I'm just too lazy to go grab it.
I don't know what to pick for my feet.
Well, you already have halfling luck, so you got that going for you.
Which is nice.
Tough
I'm just like, if I
is
end up
always
taking
good.
if I take a half feet, I gotta rearrange my skills. my
Mobile. Oh, wait,
I'll
you'll
be
end up
getting
with
something.
mobile.
I'll get something like that from
From-
Swashbuckler.
Yeah, I forgot. You said
Ugh, I have to attune to a tattoo? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
What? That's dumb. No.
Well, it's the Illuminator's tattoo, which I actually don't know what it does.
Right, well, I'm gonna say no. You don't have to attune to it because that sounds stupid.
you must attune to this thing that was surgically put on your face.
I think it's because it's made with a special needle, and like I can make the needle go wherever, or make the tattoo go wherever I want. I just have to reattune to it every time. But if I ever lose my attunement, the tattoo vanishes. Oh, it's actually kind of dumb. While this tattoo is on your skin, you can write with your fingertip as if it were an ink pen that never runs out of ink. As an action, you can touch a piece of writing up to 1 page in length and speak a creature's name. The writing becomes invisible to everyone other than you and the named creature for 24 hours. Either of you can dismiss the invisibility by touching the script, no action required. Once used, this action can't be used again until the next dawn. So, neat.
Neat.
Masquerade tattoo. What does this do? What? Why do I want a tattoo so bad?
I'm wondering that too.
I think it's because in real life I'm really itching. I've got the itch for some tattoo therapy.
I feel that.
Oh, it lets me use disguise self once per day.
Okay, so there's heavy armor master and medium armor master, but not
Light armor master.
A metal of
That's
muscle.
so stupid.
Metal of the
Alright.
meat pie? Excuse me?
I'm not even sure what you just said.
I don't know what I just read. Orb of gonging.
That sounds dirty.
It's from Waterdeep, apparently. There's always the pipe of smoke monsters.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
I love that item so much.
Just Gandalf. Just pull a Gandalf and like sit there and.
Maybe I should go resilient. Get a con of 8.
Can't believe I'm doing this, but I'm gonna do it.
Are you
Actually fucking
rolling?
sick.
Rolling for what?
I don't know. That's usually what you regret doing is rolling something.
On D&D, on Roll20, yeah, I regret that a lot. Nope, I am going to change my plans just a bit and not regret my choice nearly as much.
What fighter class are you gonna go?
I'm gonna switch to the rogue so that I can take medicine so that we may not die.
I like it.
Otherwise, to answer your question though, I was gonna do gunslinger.
Oh, like Matt Mercer's gunslinger?
Yep.
So how are you gonna be a long range rogue?
Buy a gun.
I will just not be as long range. I will throw daggers at people.
You take mobile.
No, I'm
In and
taking,
out.
I'm taking skill expert.
Why don't you use multi-class? That way you can still be a gunslinger. You'll just be a you'll just be a sneaky
Double fighter
sniper.
rogue.
I'm just gonna stand behind her as she runs around.
You'll be a sneaky sniper with medic training. That's awesome.
You'll see. No, because I'm gonna go soul knife, and they have built-in 60-foot throwing knives.
I think you should be able to use spell sniper for that.
That would be up to our illustrious DM.
Say that one more time. There's the middle typing. What am I ruling on?
I don't know whether or not I can increase the range of soul knife.
Oh, increase the range of soul knife with like spell sniper.
With spell sniper or sharpshooter or whatever.
Because sharpshooter removes the disadvantage at the longer distance, right?
Yes, but technically they only have a straight distance of 60 feet.
If you practice at max range, then later on we can talk about it.
Oh, I will be. How many feet away am I? 55. I take a step back.
Like then I throw.
Then I throw it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like if you orient your character to like this is how I'm building the way they act in combat, then I'm more open to like tweaking the rules, right? That kind of thing. The RP
No, that's
fits the
perfectly
features.
fine. That is perfectly fine.
And it goes with all the stuff. Right.
No, I have to do that. Okay.
Man, I want a bunch of stupid items.
I feel like I want to take squat nimbleness. So I have halfling nimbleness, which allows me to move through creatures larger than me. But if I take squat nimbleness, I'll get a dex increase, and my walking speed will bring me up to 30. And I gain proficiency in acrobatics or athletics. And then I have advantage on any athletics or acrobatics to escape grapple.
You're gonna be so freaking nimble.
Yeah! Untouchable!
Oh, I'm gonna touch you. I take
That'll
you
bring
back.
me up to a 20 deck. I think I'm gonna do that.
I feel like I need a higher dex score now.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna waste my common item on something dumb, and I love it. I just don't know which one I want. Do I want the Cloak of Many Fashions, the Dread Helm, or the Pipe of Smoke Monsters?
Where are these lists of common items I can look up?
5e Tools, which is the greatest website ever for D&D.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad you added that caveat.
What pack are you going? Blade, totem.
Oh,
Whatever.
probably Chain? Is that the one with the pet?
Yes.
Yes, then
Yes.
Chain.
Now I'm really glad that I didn't do my warlock idea.
I want my one common item to just be a book. Or a bucket. Oh, that'd be sick. A bucket.
Oh
Got
my
like an
God.
encyclopedia on Aetherius. I can just look shit up whenever I need.
A dog sled. Hell yeah.
I wanna sell my scimitar.
She wants money.
Even if I sell it like half price, can I do that?
Show me the money. Money,
Say it again.
money.
It's read stuff.
Can I sell my sorry, not a scimitar. Can I sell my short sword?
Half price, yes. Cool.
Alrighty. Now that I have redone this, I will change my
How-
feed.
How do I how do I do this? Like I'm looking at common items, but it also shows me common magic items. Can I filter it for not magic items?
Are you in 5e Tools?
Yeah.
Yeah, in that first section is like the more mundane ones. So those are like your very basic. And then the magic stuff, it just very depends. You gotta make a case for why you would have that.
Right. I just want a list of common, so I can just look through them and choose one real quick.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it
Mundane
showing
is a
everything right now?
scroll.
I'm sorry.
If you hit filter
Okay, I'm hitting filter.
and then go look down, it says rarity. There's like type, tier, rarity. If you click common once, so it's blue, and then hit the check mark in the upper right.
Okay, so it's blue, and that would be non-magical.
These are common. There are magical ones mixed in there, but
Okay, and so but I'll just have to like look through and make sure it's not magical.
Yeah.
All right.
Or have a reason.
yeah, or have a reason. Also fine.
Let me look at what does my picture look like again?
Oh, I don't have a.
Alright, DM, I changed everything because I like us to have some sort of chance to live.
Yeah, soul knife. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I mean, we're basically gods. What are the chances one of us
Oh
would
my
die?
God. Oh my God.
Do we track ammo and such?
Yes. And you can collect it after. With a survival check to see how much you get back.
Does that mean, are we keeping track of like rations and torches and stuff as well? Or is that...
Rations, I'll let you guys know. It's more like when you set out to go on like your own, right? But
Gotcha.
like if you feel like you're about to enter like we're about to be a week on the road, then yeah, we're gonna pay more attention to it, right? But in general, it's like, oh, you didn't eat lunch today. Like everybody take a point of exhaustion. Like I'm not too worried about it.
Okay.
All right, maybe I do want to multi-class into a little bit of Ranger.
I also took survival.
I did not, because I took medicine, so... you're
Well,
welcome.
then you cover me, I'll cover you.
Your character's name is Phil, right? Just fills in for everybody else. What do we need? We need medicine.
Actually, that's kind of what I'm going for with this.
Love it.
Okay,
The feat I'm taking is skill expert. For more expertise.
Okay. I don't have a reason right now, but do I need a reason to take the Pipe of Smoke Monsters as my common item?
No.
Yeah.
Especially if you're from the Feywild, right? That's on point.
Ah.
Someone give me a common item.
Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. I totally mixed up. You're the Barbarian Gadasi, right?
Yeah.
I'm still getting used to voices. Yeah, no. Sorry.
Damn it.
You have to explain to me why you would have that.
How about, okay, here you go. I have that item, but I give it to him.
So you just don't get one?
Well, you trade me
I mean,
something.
yeah.
You can make it interesting.
I'm trying to think of what I would have.
Oh god.
Well, because all the stuff I want would kind of make sense if I were like a fire Ganassi, but I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I want like smoldering armor or the Pipe of Smoke Monsters.
Oh, I have an idea. This would be... Plus, it doesn't have to be listed. You can come up with like a unique idea too. So like, you're an Earth Ganassi. And do you read what I sent you?
I'll read it real quick.
Yeah. So it makes sense that you would have like, I don't know, like a very small, ever-burning piece of coal. Something interesting like that. Or the thing that I literally said that you have in the...
Hard to touch. What does that mean?
Like physically. Like hard to the touch.
Oh, hard to the touch. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't read. I didn't read the.
Investigations. Medicine.
Okay.
Perception.
Yeah, I'll come up with something like that.
What
So any like thing you can think of like uniquely like earthen based, obviously based on like where you're from and your Ganassi heritage.
Yeah. Okay.
Be like a little trinket or like a little unique thing. Whatever.
Yeah, my sneak attack.
Well, there you go, Matt. You can have the Pipe of Smoke Monsters.
I don't want the Pipe of Smoke Monsters.
The Cloak of Many Fashions, then.
Doesn't sound like her style.
Okay.
I mean, have you looked at your picture? She's styling as hell.
Oh, that's true. What does it do?
While wearing this cloak, you can use a bonus action to change the style, color, and apparent quality of the garment. The cloak's weight doesn't change, regardless of its appearance. The cloak can't be anything but a cloak. Although it can duplicate the appearance of other magic cloaks, it doesn't gain their magical properties.
You just flip it inside out, and every time you do, it becomes a different cloak.
Essentially.
Yeah. to whatever you
Pretty
want.
good.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that item a lot.
All I can think of is, dude, I've been watching Rick and Morty lately. And lab coat, rip off Doctor Strange.
Oh, I wish I was more creative.
Right, I think I'm done.
Sweet. Take a gander here.
All right, I'll put Cloak of Many Fashions, but I reserve the right to change it at a later date.
Yes,
Mainly
sir.
because the character doesn't have a cloak on her, so you know.
She does now.
Okay.
It's the power of imagination, baby.
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Sweet.
What would what would my tentacle be?
Ew.
What?
Oh,
I
here,
got
are
a
you going the deep water or whatever?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Makes sense.
What is
From
cool?
a frost? Okay.
Well, it does cold damage, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does.
It's
I
just a
just
tiny
expected
little
it.
goth. Goes up and slaps people.
Hey!
Oh, God.
Hey, it's Lumos. What's up, Lumos?
This is exciting.
This is very
Hi.
exciting.
Hi.
Hello.
Join the chaos.
Dramatic music. What's going on?
We're making characters.
Hey.
What race is your scribe wizard gonna be?
Hmm?
What race is your wizard gonna be?
I don't know. Tiefling?
Rah!
Because I love tieflings.
I mean, who doesn't?
Tieflings are very
Yeah,
good.
fair.
They're
It's
great.
very, very fair.
Yeah, it just wouldn't work with what my idea here, or I would have done the same thing.
What? Tiefling wizard? Or.
The tiefling, not the wizard part.
Ah. Tieflings are very good. I assume this is my character sheet. Hmm. Are there any, like, restrictions on what type of, like, can I use any
what?
of the
Oh, all
Sword
the
Coast
different
ones?
crazy ass different tieflings.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm open to it. Let's see. Let me open the page here.
Because there's a lot of them.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like, idiot,
Yeah.
pick your flavor of tiefling.
I mean, there's still more
13?
elves than there are tieflings.
That's true.
There's 13.
Oh yeah, because they all come from like
There's all
different
the-
houses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's all the modern Canaan's ones, which are from each layer of the Nine Hells, plus the variants from Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide.
And the feral. Or wait, that is
Yeah.
on. That is in
Yeah.
Skag.
Yeah, they have Devil's Tongue, Hellfire, Infernal Legacy, which I think is just standard, and Winged. But I wanted to do Glacier.
Glacia,
Glacier.
Glacinia, whatever. I gotta
Sure.
look at it.
Anyone gonna have access to Bless?
Oh yeah, no, that one's cool.
To bless, I don't know if I will
Do
when
we
I
have anyone who can
multi-class or not.
cast healing spells?
No.
Nope.
Nope. Nope.
We're not,
I'm-
and we're not. We agreed we're not doing it either. You're playing a wizard, right?
Oh wow.
I got a herbalism kit. I'm gonna be making potions.
I got medicine. We'll be okay.
Deeply funny.
We'll be fine.
Probably.
We all
Actually,
get
I have
a-
pretty-
Whoever dies first has to be a healer. That's the rule.
I'll be
Oh,
a cleric.
Jesus
It'll be
Christ.
fine.
Deal.
I mean, last time we did that, the healer died. So
That's very true. Well, I rolled up another healer.
My usual backup option for most campaigns is if I die, cleric. It's usually how it goes.
If I die, Twilight Cleric, it'll be fine.
I love Twilight Clerics so much. I'm playing one in one of my campaigns, which we're having our last session on Monday, which I'm extremely sad about. But
Oh.
yeah, but she's great, and the only reason we have gotten through many encounters, that channel divinity is no joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, them
my
and like
cat.
light cleric are like ridiculous.
Gray
Like-
Clerics are fun too.
Light clerics are good because clerics deserve to cast fireball.
Yeah. Well, I think did they change that, or did they still get purple?
No, they still light clerics get fireball at 5th level, as they should.
Yeah, and then their
It's-
channel divinity is, or not their channel divinity, whatever is it the channel divinity? Yeah, the 2d10 plus cleric
Yep.
level, or half if they save. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm playing a light cleric in a Icewind Dale campaign, and we at level 2 we're fighting not a giant, what like beej or something. They're like smaller giants. Anyway, they're like a CR5, and then we were fighting a troll and a cave bear all at the same time. Our little party of 4 people at level 2. We won.
Wow.
How many of you were left?
Yeah.
No, listen, we all survived the fight, barely. Oh no, it's only 4 of us. Anyway, but with the only reason we survived is because of the channel divinity. Managed to knock out the cave bear and the ogre. Troll, one of those. It was a rough
Oh,
fight.
we're back. We're back.
Okay.
I still need. Oh no, I guess I got the cloak up mini fashion. So
Well, you
I
can
guess I'm
find a different one.
No, apparently that's the one I wear now. Oh, I would like a different one. I'll be honest, but I don't know why.
Well, if I'm typically okay, so Earthgnaughts here typically given some kind of rock whenever they leave. What does my rock do?
Rock things.
It's like a rare crystal-ish kind of rock.
Sorry, I'm back.
I'll come back.
Question about racial spellcasting. Because tieflings haven't got an update yet. For my racial spells, can I cast those using spell slots as well? Like the new races?
Yeah, that works for me.
Sweet. Languages.
I think I'm gonna take a healer's kit as my item.
Good, probably.
I mean, I have a 15 AC. Like, you know,
Oh God,
no one's gonna get through this.
The squishy caster AC.
I'm buying it.
You're what?
I'm buying my herb kit.
Look at you.
I can just see it now. Halfling, make me this now.
I'm on it. The master craftsman.
What's everyone else playing? I want to
Rogue.
know. Nice.
Soul Knife Rogue.
Also rogue, but also fighter.
Nice.
Barbarian, and I'm gonna move into that shaman class later. Matt's playing a Sorlock Eladrin from the Winter Court.
I'm sorry, what?
He's told
I
us
heard
like
my name.
6 times.
Okay. Thank you for saving me from saying it the 7th time.
Don't worry, I got you.
Oh, also, I'm a halfling. I'm like 2 feet tall. I'm adorable.
Oh
I
yeah.
love that for you.
I'm an Earth Ganassi.
I love
Half elf.
Genasi. After Tieflings, they're my second favorite.
I've never
Race.
played one before. I also just realized that I'm basically copying Taliesin.
I
Nice.
was
Valid.
gonna gently ignore the fact that you were just recreating
You're fine.
his
One.
character.
It just seems so
Like,
much
yeah.
more fun than playing a Furbolg.
Like same weapon and everything.
Oh fuck, he does have a hammer. Damn it!
Oh my god.
I just let it go. I was like, I'm not gonna tell him. He probably doesn't realize it.
Fuck.
The mental trauma he receives when he does will be much more greater.
I accidentally made one of my in a Wild Man campaign. I made a character that was basically Caleb. Not on purpose. She even had red hair.
Jeez.
I didn't even realize until a couple sessions in, someone, the DM, pointed it out. I was like, well, it's fine. She was just, she was a wild magic sorcerer though, but she was also a little fucked up because of the Cerberus assembly. It's
Checks out.
fine. She was my sweet baby girl, who turned herself into a 9-year-old with wild magic. She was very angry about it.
That puts a damper on things.
Because she was 19.
That's unfortunate. Her life was
Yeah.
just starting.
Now you
Yeah.
have to go through puberty again.
Basically, she was absolutely furious.
I think I
let me see,
changed
girl.
everything.
I've decided what I want my item to be, what I want my rock to be.
Okay.
And it's super dumb. I want it to be like, you know those fushigi
The
balls?
Fushigi ball? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I want it to be like that, but it'll like actually levitate.
What?
Like it's like an electromagnetic like crystal that I have, and so like and it'll like I can use both my hands to make it kind of like levitate between them because it's magnetic and I'm made of rock.
That's fun.
It seems like it'd be something that's very calming for somebody with a lot of rage.
Good vibes only.
Okay, let's see if this will copy over or not. It probably won't. Nope, it copied over as an image. Damn it, I have to save it.
So the good news is I have lots of things with which to help with skills.
Okay.
So many skills. Yay.
So, what's your accent gonna be this time?
I don't know. I'm running out of things I can do.
Oh my god.
You'll be getting my accent, because I can only do the one.
Wait, you're
I've
like,
been trying to do that accent all my life. I suck at it.
so like your accent or your accent?
I can do.
go southern, like deep southern.
Oh god, please no.
Give us a taste. Give us a taste.
No, like rich southern, not like hillbilly southern.
Huh, even
Yes.
worse.
Better?
Colonel Sanders.
Just
Yeah,
continue.
exactly.
Just continually say, "Bless your heart."
I want Bobby Boucher.
You could do like American News Anchor, which is a horrendous accent.
It's a
Do it.
what is that term? There's a term for it.
Am I
like
speaking
broadcast
Zamnian
acting.
right now?
Are you serious right now?
Could go Russian. That'll be fun.
No.
Vaguely Eastern European.
Yeah, there you go.
I might just do a slightly gruffer Nat.
Those be done, yeah.
I could do horrible French.
Difference is not that
Please
bad.
do.
I could do comical French. I can't do other French.
I was considering going heavy Canadian, but
Heavy Canadian.
oh, you know, we're just all walking around out here, eh?
Oh,
It's just
dear
really good.
Lord.
You know, I'm so glad I'm infected with hair, man.
Send help.
I'm just glad to meet all of you.
Send help.
Ma'am, I don't know what you have done, but I'm gonna need you to stop that right now.
Oh, am I bothering you? I'm real sorry about that.
Wow, you can when you go Canadian, you go real Canadian.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna call this item the Genasi Crystal Ore. We'll just call it good.
Yeah, I think I might have to go southern for this one.
Oh no.
I'm gonna scream.
I'm gonna go American with a hint of Indonesian.
Imagine that.
I think I am going to go probably closer to small child than anything else.
Like Clarence?
I think I'm pretty much. I mean, backstory stuff notwithstanding, I think I'm done with the mechanical stuff. So
Yeah.
I've got a name. I don't know that I like it yet. It's probably
To
been
the
changed
point.
5 times.
Oh, that's the hardest part. The literal hardest part of character creation for me.
Names.
Yeah.
Decided to name mine after
usually
a
I
rock.
put down in years.
Nice, valid. I have multiple PCs with them and their entire extended family are named after plants, including this one.
Nope.
But the plants have it's got to be the same category of plant. And I did
Oh,
that
no.
once in a campaign and nobody noticed.
I
I
mean,
felt like my hard work was wasted.
I
looking
probably
at
wouldn't have
botanical
known.
websites.
Okay, I probably wouldn't notice unless you told me. I'm not a big flower person.
The ones, because it was her name was Kana, and her siblings were Taro and Iris.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten it until I heard all 3.
Yeah, because they're all types of swamp plants.
Yeah.
Because she was incidentally from a swamp.
Wow!
She was my semi-feral little ranger.
Aw, cute.
Yeah,
I
she's
always
a Lotus Den
ahead.
halfling, which is a very fun halfling.
I tend to throw a Final Fantasy reference somewhere in here. I guess I could use a name.
Yeah, me and all my siblings are gonna be named after rocks. I think I'm gonna be Onyx. My twin's gonna be Cole.
That
Onyx and Cole. I like someone got the short end of the stick there.
I was gonna go with Obsidian, but it sounds like a stupid name.
Cole is better.
Well, Cole is a real name, just not spelled like that.
That's why they think it's stupid. He's a laughing stock.
Fine, Obsidian it is!
What?
There's gonna be Ruby and Opal.
Granite.
So you're just naming them after Steven Universe characters?
Shit, ass, fuck. Fuck!
Wow.
Nothing can ever be original anymore. There's Garnet, Amethyst.
Look, you've already stolen the look of the character. Just go all in.
Go ham. Commit.
All right.
Do
Well,
it.
any final questions for the day? Because I'm gonna have to get off here in a second.
I mean, probably, but I'll message you later.
Yeah, we'll chat for sure this weekend.
No, I'll have
Um,
this worked out later today.
Yeah,
I
just
think a lot of what I said is in the lore dump. It just verbalized a lot of it.
yeah.
Answered a few questions about races and stuff, but
We can fill her in on some stuff.
Yeah. I know we're on a different day today, but in general, how long are the sessions going to last?
3.5 to 4.
Okay, so we'd probably normally go for like another hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is
Sounds
that cool
good.
with everybody?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
works.
Yeah, fine.
And 5 p.m. Pacific.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Noon for you, Lumos.
My East
Uh,
Coast brain has to transit.
3
Time
hours.
isn't real.
Time is a
If
weird
it's the same
soup.
time we've been starting previously, that's 2 p.m. for me.
Oh, then yes.
Um,
Is it 2 p.m.? I thought, oh. You might be in
Well,
a different time zone than the one I
daylight
looked up.
Daylight savings mucks things about a bit.
I really wish we would stop.
So twice a year, I get all of my games either go forward or back 2 hours.
2 hours?
Yeah, so our daylight savings is going in the opposite direction because we're in different hemispheres.
Oh, that
Oh,
sucks.
yeah.
That's
The seasons
rough.
are opposite.
Yeah. that makes sense.
So
Do your
yeah,
toilets flush the opposite direction too?
Yes. So do the sinks.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, the water spirals in the other direction.
That is
Yeah.
nuts to me. I thought that was just a joke, but
No,
now I
it
have to
does.
believe it.
Yeah.
Me and my
also
Fushigi cube.
like the differences between hurricanes and cyclones. Because they.
Is that the only difference?
Yeah, they spin in different directions.
But they're the exact
Yeah.
same thing.
Yeah, same
More or
storm. They
less.
just spin different directions and are hemispherically restricted.
You are breaking my
Wow,
brain right
my
now.
brain hurts. Yeah, I'm out.
Later, man.
See
All
ya.
right, guys. Yeah, you guys have a good one. Yeah, feel free to
Later.
message me with any questions, anything like that. So,
All right. Yeah.
Wait.
right on. Later.
Bye.
Later.
Hey.
Mm,
Well, that was nice.
Yeah.
Do you get
Yeah,
rages back on a
sorry.
short rest or long rest?
I missed most of it. I was hanging out with my sister.
You
And
get
many feet.
you get a free feat at level 1.
Nice.
We're
You
starting
get
at
to
level 2?
roll- you can
Mhm.
roll hit dice with advantage and take the higher
Ooh.
one.
That's.
Ah.
Do I risk rolling at all as a
Wheel.
wizard?
That seems like what's gonna be the only option for this one, though. Rolling with advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, you get to roll, but it's with advantage. You have to roll, but it's with advantage.
Okay, I
And,
can live with that.
And you get
And,
a common item.
Yeah. If
Common
it's
magic
magic, you have to have... No, just a common item. If it's magic, you have to have a good reason why you would have a magic item.
And you get to start with one
Okay.
regular potion.
Oh, thank you. I knew I was forgetting to put something on my sheet.
Yep.
Nice.
And I'm now
Mm.
worried because he's giving us all this stuff.
Well, I think the potion is because we don't have a dedicated healer.
I was debating taking a feat about that, but
Well, that's different than changing your entire class.
Yeah.
yeah, wizards
I would say you could take
eventually
magic
can
at it.
can hypothetically do a heal.
Mm.
It's not very effective or useful, but I'm planning to make a mostly like a lot of utility. Rather,
Okay.
I mean, I'll be taking fireball, but
Will you take counterspell is the real question.
yes, because I'm not insane.
Alright, so we got
Long
3
rest.
damage dealers and 2 controllers.
It'll be fine.
Who are
That
the
will be
controllers?
fun.
What's happening?
Matt and Lumos are gonna, be CC, crowd control,
Oh yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
So
Fuckery.
I gotta learn how to play wizards because I have not before.
Hell yeah. Are we all playing something new this time?
Pretty much.
I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
I have actually never played a rogue.
I've never played a warlock, though I have played a sorcerer, so there is that.
I've never played a D&D rogue. I played a Pathfinder rogue.
Never played a rogue above level 3.
I may not make it to level 3.
It's fine.
It's fine. We're good players. we got this. It's,
Yeah, we
it's
were
not
good
missed.
players.
He's not missed.
Well, we don't know that yet. He could be worse.
It's not that. It's just I know my luck, and I've seen my die rolls on this thing.
Well, do better.
That's why I'm building this character.
It's like, yeah, well, you know what? Get fucked.
If it makes it to level 8, I basically won't fail a skill check I'm proficient in.
Nice.
Yeah, the best part of rogues is being good at everything all the time. My very first ever PC was a rogue. She was an arcane trickster, and it's so much fun. I enjoyed being very good at things.
What does Fey Touch do?
See, my first character was a wizard.
What was
I
my very
have
first
special-
character?
I have special love for the wizards.
Wizards are actually my second least favorite spellcaster.
Oh no, they are by far and above mine.
My
Wizards
favorite
and
spellcaster
warlocks.
is cleric.
No,
My
not cleric.
warlocks are my least favorite. It's more like I just don't like them mechanically very much. I love sorcerers so much. That's because I think meta magic is fun. I love the two new sorcerer subclasses, Aberrant Mind and Clockwork Soul. So good. All sorcerers should have origin spells.
Yeah, I hope they add those.
It's what they deserve.
I do like Aberrant Mind. I will say that.
It is. I tried to play one in a campaign. I died 2 sessions in. I got ripped in half by some owls.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
I hope they were giant owls.
They were.
Okay.
We were fighting giant
If you
owls
got
in a
ripped in half by
blizzard.
regular owls, that would be. I'm like, what's going on there?
That would have been brutal.
Somebody cast Reduce, and then
And you got eaten. Oh
and then she
no.
couldn't get away.
Oh, also, for the homebrew rules, we're doing injury table, but not when we take a critical hit. Just when we go down, we have to roll, and then when we get hit while down. Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah. And then we're doing +2 for flanking.
Cool.
And bonus action, drink a potion. But if we take the action to drink our potion ourselves, we get max hit points from it.
Nice. Good trade-off, I think.
Yeah. What was another one? Was there anything else?
He's gonna look up like a minor injury table for whenever we get critical hits. Instead of like rolling on the regular or injury table.
That's to make crits a little bit more powerful.
Yeah, so like if you get crit, you might have like disadvantage on your next attack, or you might like lose like 10 movement speed or something.
And it counts towards our criticals against them as well. So,
Nice.
we never actually decided on gritty hit dice healing, or not.
Oh yeah, we just kind of talked about it and all gave our opinions, and nothing happened.
Yeah.
Nice.
So still up in the air if we're only you have to heal on a long rest with hit dice.
I'm still a fan of it.
I'm actually not.
It's gonna be harder in the later levels because it's like to top up to full, you know.
Yeah, well, the problem is will be early levels too, because you roll poorly, you've only got like 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Mm.
What if we roll hit dice on a long rest with advantage? I just like the idea of like forced downtime.
That's the thing.
Well,
If we get that downtime, but if we're like we're doing a fucking dungeon crawl or something, or we're like we need to pick up the pace, it's gonna be brutal.
That's true.
Yeah, I can see way too many ways this will screw us, rather than the one benefit of, hey, we get some downtime. We'll get some downtime because I guarantee somebody's gonna go down and we're gonna have to heal.
Well, as I've already said, I like the idea of like grittier games, so that's why it appeals to me. But I totally get that you guys not wanting to do it.
I don't know if D&D is the system for that.
I'm just like, if we had a healer, sure, but because we
I
don't,
wouldn't care.
for me it's like
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
it'd be like if we go down, or we're gonna be on the injury table, that could be really bad. Then we'd have to heal that, and then if we're trying to heal up to at least like continue on to get out of somewhere, and we only have like half hit dice left, like then we're not topped up to full, and then it's like then we're still being attacked, and it just keeps like compiling on itself,
Fair enough. I will concede. I wasn't gonna fight very hard for it anyway.
I'm gonna have to modify my backstory a little bit, but I'm okay with this. This works.
I don't know my backstory.
I have to modify mine to fit in a different campaign setting. Originally, I made this character for Wildman, and then the campaign ended after 3 sessions, and I'm like, well.
Oh, yikes.
Damn it. Yeah, I don't know, we needed new players, but I don't feel like, and because some people left, but the DM did not try particularly hard to find new players. And then stopped replying in the Discord. Didn't delete it or anything, I'm still in it, it's just vibing there. No one's posted in like a year. Yeah.
Well, I have a whole 17 hit points.
Woo!
I have 21.
I don't know yet. I'm still trying to figure out where to put my other ability score improvement.
I am sitting at 21 as well.
Only one of my stats has odd numbers, but I want to bump that with like a feat instead.
Oh, yeah.
And I hate looking at odd numbers.
I was like, how'd you get to 21? Well, you rolled a lot better than I did.
Yes, you
Yeah, I rolled good, and I've also got 20 AC right now as well. So.
How?
Jeez.
I switched out to studded leather, which gives me 12 plus dex. I am at 20 dex. I have a shield, and I took defense.
I forgot your stats are stupid.
Yeah.
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 We're gonna let her get hit a lot, and I'm gonna stand there and throw things from a distance.
Yeah, okay.
No,
so you're gonna be the tank, and I'm gonna be the off tank.
We'll see. Once I hit 6th level, it's like, all right, now I can stand and take hits instead of running. But
you have as much HP as the tank.
And 5 more AC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, who's the tank?
Theoretically, it was supposed to be me.
I'm dexterous. I don't. Yeah.
But I mean, we take half damage pretty much, so there is that for the most part.
From the basic stuff.
Yeah, but most of the stuff we're going to be fighting, particularly in the early levels, are going to be basic stuff.
We think.
Well, true, it could be different.
Again, this isn't missed.
You did say that there were guns and magic guns, and
If a bandit rolls up with a magic blunderbuss on a group of like a caravan just carrying food, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh, also, Lumos, we are starting in Odivine.
Yes,
Odin
Odin Vine.
I did-
And then we have 9 days before the caravan leaves, and it will be a week-long journey from Odin Vine to Lockhenge.
Yes.
Also, 50 gold.
Yes, we start with 50 gold. We'll get 50 more when we get to the Lockhenge.
Is that including like gold we get from our background?
Yes.
No, 50
On
additional.
top of.
Oh, yeah, on top of.
Also, Odivine is like a rural farming
town.
Yeah,
Nice.
and then Lockhead
Excellent.
is the capital city in this area.
We love a rural farming town.
And then for your backstory, you need a reason to be in Odin Vine, a drive or like a goal for your character, and then at least 2 names, an ally or like a family member, and 1 potential enemy.
Oh, nice. We love a rival. So the town we're starting in is like a rural.
Yeah.
Is that rural? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's
She
like
can just be
plain.
from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because I was gonna make her like a little country bumpkin kid.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
I can see it now. She sees the group of adventurers. She wants to join the caravan guard, see the world,
Basically,
watching
just
horror as we were taken apart.
Yeah, that's my favorite
Just
part.
a little country kid. Because I am also a little country kid, and I like just bringing out fun animal knowledge that I learned from a lifetime of living on a farm.
Nice.
Yeah, I know so much about sheep.
I know they taste good.
Oh no.
That too. I actually had lamb for lunch today. It was amazing.
Oh, dude, I fucking love lamb.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
made
didn't,
steaks
and
tonight.
I didn't have to pay for it because my dad's a shareholder for it's like meat company. So I used his company name and shareholder number to get in. I
Nice.
got fancy lunch for free.
Love that.
Love that for me. Yeah, but it was
I made
very, very
steaks
good.
tonight. They were delicious.
I actually hate steak. I don't like beef.
Wow, you guys are opposites.
Lamb
In a
is the-
lot of
lamb
ways.
is the superior meat. Literally nothing is better than lamb.
Oh no, you ever had goat?
I can
Yes.
almost agree with that.
I think lamb's better than goat, but I have had goat.
You get to roll at advantage. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, you got average. No, 4 is
No, this
average.
better,
Above average.
better than average.
4 is I forget it's a D6.
Oh, my little wizard.
So does Logan, is your character no mats then? Are you guys like gonna be combining backstories?
I think
A
so.
buddy. A little friend.
I would like that. Yeah.
That reminds me.
Yeah,
I need to
I
start
just-
Googling.
Go ahead.
I just need to start Googling Winter Court Eladrins so I can just work some of that stuff into my backstory.
Do you have any thoughts on like what your connection with the court is?
Well, originally, before I realized that it's like impossible or next to impossible to actually like plane shift, I was just gonna say that like me and my twin were fucking around, and we just got like literally just like snatched into the Feywild, and he got more of an affinity for plants, and I got more of an affinity for animals. So like he'd go off and be a druid, and I'd go off and be a beast
Shaman.
barbarian shaman.
Mm-hmm.
You fucked around and found out.
Yeah, pretty much.
So what kind of barbarian were you going with?
Path
Or
of the
you taking
Beast.
it that far? Okay.
I thought about going Ancestral Guardian, but I don't. if I'm stopping at level 3 or 4, it doesn't really seem worth it.
Agreed.
Ancestral Guardian is a lot of fun though.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more fun when you actually have, you know, someone who's up there at front with you.
Yeah.
Every time
That
I've
too.
tried to play it, I've ended up being the solo person up front, and I'm like, this sucks.
Same. In a not a one shot, but like a mini campaign, I played a Ancestral Guardian Barbarian. Except the rest of my party was 3 wizards, a sorcerer, and a rogue.
Ugh. Oh dear.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, it was great fun. I mean, like, it was a good campaign, but it was very much my enormous dragonborn protecting these little wizards.
Nice.
Capes.
Let's see.
They're
How
not
would
your
I
tiny party members?
how would I change this if I'm not going to the Feywild?
Well, the DM did send me a few like, oh, here's stuff that could happen. I mean, because my character is originally from the Feywild,
Yeah.
born and raised, or you know, manifested and raised, or what have you. And maybe she was forcibly torn from the Feywild, and for one reason or another, and I don't know, familiar face because we met previously in the Feywild, or we've been. I was your Feywild contact, but now I'm stuck on the material plane.
Yeah.
Something like that?
Maybe. I could, let's see, if I'm in the mountains and if you could theoretically take the form of an awakened creature, maybe I was about to get fucked up fucking around in the mountains and you came through and you were like, no, not today, and saved my life. And some of your magic face shit rubbed off on me.
Some magic face.
Or like, here, I'll just post this. I get a Feywild visitor as part of my background. Which it seems like it's mostly like kind of like dream shit that happens with the DM. But before that, we could say that you were like just like more or less like an animal companion that I had.
Kind of shades of that one character from Bleach.
That one character.
You're talking about the black chick that turns into a cat?
Yes, the cat that turns into a black chick.
Is that how it works? Is she? I don't think she's originally a cat.
What is
No.
this?
Yeah, she was.
What?
She was.
Was she? I don't even
Yeah,
remember.
she was a cat.
Well, originally, like, you meet her as a cat first, but originally she was a person, right?
Has
Like,
to be.
Before, in her past, before you meet the party meets her, what have you. I don't know, man. I haven't read or watched Bleach in a long time.
I mean, otherwise, that's a really well-adjusted cat.
No, she,
Well-
hold on. That's, yeah.
Getting sidetracked. I actually don't really care.
Here's.
Yes, but you brought it up, now I do.
This is also the table. I mean, so technically you could come in the form of whatever you want. I just don't know why you would want to intervene at all, is the issue.
Well, yeah, we can figure that out. Maybe you're important, or maybe there's like, you're not important. She was, she's fairly low level, so she was the one like, okay, you got, this is your job. You got the crap job or something. I don't know.
You got the shit job.
Yeah. So why do you have this Feywild visit in the first place?
Like I said, I didn't really have a reason other than I just randomly got snatched into the Feywild.
Got yeeted.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think why, Winter Court specifically would want to.
Maybe that's just where you landed.
Maybe. Because I'm trying to just skim through this. So the Winter Court deals a lot with like death and the end of life cycles.
His might be different. His doesn't seem to be as conflicting as it usually is.
It's mainly just cold and dark and somber. Yeah.
Did you needed some respite from your twin? Did you seek solace in tears?
I don't think so. I feel like my twin's gonna be like my best friend.
Oh, okay.
Aw.
Maybe.
So why did you split up?
Huh?
Like, then why did you split up to go on this caravan?
I don't know.
Maybe he's missing.
I hadn't gotten that far. The farthest I got was that he got an affinity for plants, I got an affinity for animals, so he became like a druid. And like I started getting more like bestial, like which accompanies like the rage and just acting more feral, and then eventually I get jaws or claws or tails.
Well, maybe it's something to do with your brother. Maybe you got split up and that's why you're so sad.
That would make sense.
Like you're trying to find him, or like maybe he was kidnapped. Maybe you both got disposited on the Feywild, but you got split up and you can't find him anymore.
Oh, it's like he's stuck in the Fey?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you fell
That'd be
through the
cool.
hole and he didn't.
Or maybe you got stuck with the Winter Court, but he went somewhere else, and when you got deposited back onto the material plane, you're like, what about my brother? It's like, he's a property of the other court. Can't help you there. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, it could be like you were my Sherpa to get back to the material. Because you're like, dude, you don't fucking belong here.
Exactly.
I dig that. Now I just need to come up with some exorbitant reason why. Like, because didn't he say it's like it would be a big deal for a portal to the Feywild to open?
Yeah.
So I don't know
Said
what.
things happen. We'll talk to him, see what he says.
Maybe there was like a big event, right? Because he said there was like when magic goes fucky, right, or something.
Yeah.
An extreme thing.
It could be like, some big thing happened, and as a side effect, some people got tortured. So you wouldn't be like the reason it happened, but as a side effect, it happened to you or something.
Yeah, maybe there was like a big, like, arcane storm or something between the planes, and maybe a bunch of people got fucked up and like switched or something.
My brother and I were racing to the peak of the mountain. And that's where the veil is a little bit thinner at the very peak, and we were up there right at the time that a arcane storm was going on, and it ripped open a hole, and we both got sucked in.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, nailed it.
Woo! we did it.
And then Matt comes in, saves my life before I get completely corrupted or eaten by Faye. Sends me back to the material plane. Brother's gone. I'm pissed.
And now you're looking for
Based on my character, I think she would be like, yeah, you gotta get out of here because you won't survive. This is not your place. You'd be like, oh, where's my brother? No, I gotta kick you out for your own good. So
no. This is not a search and rescue mission. This is you gotta fucking leave mission.
Exactly. And
Get out.
You got pulled in? You got pulled to the other plane with him?
Oh, that would be nutty.
Could be. The idea that DM had has more to do with my my patron. Like I got pulled to this plane because of my patron or something. And I kind of like that, so it could be like,
I'm your patron.
Oh no!
That sounds just terrible.
It could be like I was your like guide there, and now you're my guide here because I don't know why is everything so static here? Why can't everything shift? You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, before I help you find your way back, you help me find my brother.
Ooh. Threatening.
This is just a complete, what's the word I'm looking for? Alliance of opportunity.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But then we become really close friends. And, you know, the power of friendship. And
Aw.
The power of friendship.
then you guys are there too.
We're just like watching
Yeah.
you guys with popcorn, like, what the fuck is happening right here? These two.
Are they friends or do they fucking hate each other? What is going on?
I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Can anybody tell me?
I do like the whole
Mhm.
like sort of frenemies situation. Like, you know, it's to the casual observer, they might sound like they don't really like each other, but they're really like, you know, they
I
want
need
to.
this person.
What's that?
I need this person.
Yeah, well, I need this person, and like, I don't want anything bad to happen to them. Not only for that, but also because, you know, this is probably my only friend in this area, so I got to keep him around.
Time to change my ideal from wanderlust to friendship. Don't get it twisted, though. The friend that I will never leave behind is my brother.
Ah.
Is it really not?
At the beginning.
Ow. Turns out your brother is actually the arch nemesis. Congratulations.
It also makes me think I should change my personality trait, or one of them, to being haunted by fey laughter.
Ooh. Just make a fucked up little guy.
Fucked up stone guy.
Love that.
How long ago?
How long ago did it happen? That's what I've been trying to wonder. I wasn't sure if it would have happened when we were kids or if it would have been more recently.
Ooh, if your brother's been missing since you were a kid?
Yeah, I would say make it more recent. It's
Yeah.
I also don't know how old I want to be yet. Guess I should look at my picture somewhere. Hard to tell. Hard to tell.
Hard to tell. He's got a stone face up in there.
Yeah.
you're made of rock.
Do you age?
Yes. Kind of.
You wouldn't get wrinkles, would you just get cracks?
I think so, but he already has some cracks which are filled in with like gold, it looks like.
Wow, you
Cute.
really are Talisman's character.
Fuck!
Yeah.
I mean, at least you're not made of jade.
I've
No.
been trying to figure out what that character's name is because I just forgot for some.
Ashton.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I needed that.
Yep, that's not. I'm going with Onyx Moondusk.
Dramatic.
Vatiri Cadmus.
Katniss.
Everybody?
Cadmus.
Katniss Everbean?
Cadmus, okay.
That's your name?
I get it.
Awakened Spellbook.
So, that's your name? Gonna be your name?
Yeah,
Cadmus?
Vatiri Cadmus.
Vatiri.
Dude, I have to come up with 6 other names. 8
They're
if I want to
based
name
on
my
rocks.
parents.
Just go to a geography site.
Yeah, but I can't name them
I-
after Steven Universe characters.
Well, go for something that's not on
Hold
Steven Universe.
on. Why not?
They're all on Steven Universe. Actually, they're gemstones, so if I just stick with like regular rocks.
Yeah.
Minerals.
My sister Agate.
I mean, there was a Holly Blue Agate on
Yeah.
Universe.
That was like a specific type.
My older brother Tiger's Eye.
You're good.
Snowflake
Don't
of
forget
Obsidian.
you've got you've got like magma and
Slag.
yeah, exactly.
Shale.
Oh, I guess maybe don't
My
just type in
sister,
rocks.
Sandstone.
Types of rocks. The rock cycle? No, thank you.
Sedimentary, no.
Names of rocks. Let's names of rocks. What is the name of all rocks?
I guess I should have a summer court rival, right? That's how that works.
That
Yeah.
would make sense, yeah.
Those cheery bastards.
Okay.
He's one of those people who like is super cheery and smiley while he stabs you in the front.
Yeah, and he's holding my brother hostage.
Sure, I like that.
I feel like you're just stealing his to make your life easier.
We literally just have the same backstory on other sides of the plane.
Yeah, I mean, you joke, but I mean, we could do that in terms of like our connection to each other. That's not a bad idea.
It's not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like
You got kicked out of the Feywild. I escaped. My brother didn't. Your rival stayed.
yeah, I mean, like the details of our particular backgrounds are different, but like when it comes to each other, we have some similarities. That's not a bad, way to go.
I dig it. Let's see. Basalt. Obsidian. Dunite.
Granite. Pumice.
Shell, coral.
Oh, you said pumice. I thought you said hummus. I was like,
No.
I did two at first, and I was like, oh, wait, no. I got it.
Pumice.
Hummus.
Gypsum. Sandstone. Limestone. Shale. Marble. Slate. Quartz.
Jet.
Gneiss.
I think I might just look up a picture of multiple Earth Ganassi and just name based off of the colors that come up.
But then they're all like just sort of shades of brown and gray.
Nuh-uh. Not true. They can be like blues and purples and greens and stuff.
Every time I look for Earth Genasi art, it's always
Yeah, that's
there's
fair.
like generic rock colored. I made a couple in Hereford that were snowflake, obsidian, and lapis.
It did take me a long, because I knew I wanted a darker colored one. It took me forever to find the picture I went with.
Now that they've got Ashton, you're gonna see even more.
More colored ones.
Yeah,
That's
true.
fun.
This one's pretty yellow.
I hate using other people's art, so I just use Hero Forge. Because I feel bad.
I may jump into Baldur's Gate 3 and make my character there.
Yeah, but like, how often does this art actually get seen if you don't use it? You know, it's made to be used.
Well, or it got stolen from someone's website.
Yeah, that's true.
Or from their portfolio, or it's their own original character.
But I mean,
Do you
it's
have a
not like you're
Well,
making
it's-
money off of it.
It's mine now.
Well, so you can't use other people's art if we're streaming.
Mm.
Because copyright.
Is that true?
I do not.
Yeah, you can get in like legal trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, time to go to Hero Forge.
Okay, but I like this character portrait.
I'll just make something
You
very
could
similar.
You could just recreate it in Hereford best as you can. Or commission someone.
That sounds
Which
like
is-
money.
It does. That's why I use Hereford. Or like Pit Crew.
The hell is Pit Crew?
Pick Crew.
Oh, Pick Crew.
There's a few good ones on there. A lot of them are terrible, but that's fine.
Tell you what, if enough people.
This Korean website?
Yeah.
Stop biting me.
If enough people watch this stream to the point where it's an issue, then I'll change my character portrait.
Yeah, I don't think
am opening Baldur's Gate.
I cap out at like maybe 6 people. So
If this suddenly becomes a massive hit and we're all super famous, I'm sure I can afford to commission a character.
Mm,
Listen,
yeah.
like 90% of the reason why I chose to play a character of this type is because of the picture, okay?
the pictures did help me
just wanted-
narrow down what race I went with.
You just wanted to use that picture? Is that what it was?
Yes.
Normally
I've
how I make a
made-
character too.
I've made a character like that before.
Like I already knew what kind of character I wanted. It was just a matter and then I had like 3 races I was looking between. I was like, well, let's just see what kind of character art's out there.
Yeah.
You should have
Yeah.
said you were looking for an Earth Genasi, because like I looked through my folder because I had a bunch saved due to like a place that everyone was going in my campaign, and your portrait that you picked is in my folder.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I probably need to get a larger collection of art. I'm running out of options.
Mm.
If the character makes it to say level 5 or so, I might have somebody do something with it. I know a few people.
I
Ugh.
did a live stream, like a one shot ages ago, and I won a giveaway for a D&D character portrait, and then the artist just never got back to me.
Oh no.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I would be the angry.
Yeah, because the thing is, she wasn't on the Discord we were using, so I didn't know how to get in touch with her. And the person whose friend she was, like, left the Discord and then deleted the live stream off her channel because we used her channel to stream it.
Yikes.
So I was like, I don't know how to follow up about this. So, yeah, it's been, I don't know, we did this in, like, early August, I think?
Oh, so it wasn't even
Was it-
too long ago.
Yeah, it was a fundraiser for the Brigade Alliance, which helps people get abortions in the States. Important cause.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. The one shot was a bit of a mess though. We were playing for like 8 hours and we never actually got to combat because the DM's
What?
like, let's RP everything that could be exposition.
Ugh.
Oh Jesus.
Which like is normally fine, but it was a one shot, so I was like, I could have done with more exposition.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't run one shots a lot. Because
Yeah.
I like to...
Yeah. I mean, I ran a one shot for some friends, and despite all the exposition, it still took 5 hours. And then I killed half of them at the end.
Yes.
It was good. We were doing one from Candlekeep. Which is a lot of fun. I like I like some of the Candlekeep one-shots.
I could go Drow half elf or Drow. I like to call them Drow. Drow sounds too much like cow.
Ooh.
Could do.
Problem with Hero Forge is I don't know how to replicate this white, like, growth on the side of my face.
Usually you
sandstone build up.
you can use like horns for that kind of thing, and you sort of spin them around so they're like poking through the head.
Oh, okay.
That's how I usually do it.
My.
Okay, so my summer court rival would be Emma for short. Full name is Emantianzian.
Okay.
That was
I'm on
some
TZN.
syllables.
I'm sorry,
Well-
say that again.
Emantianzian.
Not 3 times fast.
No. M on T and Z N. Emma for short. Yeah. Emma for short, I guess.
Oh, it's gonna be short something, all right.
And I guess they have your brother.
They don't have to. I don't care.
I mean,
That can be up
is
to the
it-
DM.
Okay. We'll just say that's my rival, and maybe your brother is in the other court. And if he wants to make that connection, he can. But if not, that's fine.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Unless you want it to, I don't mind at all.
I also don't mind.
God, we're so indecisive.
I know, isn't it cute?
Yeah, shut up. One of you.
End up together again.
Okay.
Coming.
No. One of you decide. Decide for us.
Do it.
Why am I?
Have
Why are either of
interlocking
us
backstory.
deciding for you?
Because neither of us care all that much, I guess.
Well, then
Because there's-
clearly you don't want to do it.
They're just indecisive bastards. Like, come on.
That's true.
Truth will out.
I don't have a good dramatic backstory. I'm plain.
I don't know if mine's dramatic or not. It can be dramatic if the DM would like it to be.
Well, mine suddenly got traumatic, so I've got that going for me, which is cool.
Sorry, I like my traumatic backstories, and if you're connected to one, you'll have a tragic backstory as well.
Just how I roll.
That's just
No
how
wonder
I
you're the Winter Court.
do it.
I gotta change his hair color because this is not working for me.
If you want specific colors, I usually upload whatever my source image is to a color picker website and just sample
Oh
them.
no, I'm sitting here on Baldur's Gate 3
Ooh.
character builder.
Is it better now? Like it actually has like full content, or is it still in early access?
I haven't played it in a while, in 100% honesty, but I know they just added Bard.
Hmm.
So you now have Bard, Barbarian, Wizard. It's still only built to go to like 5 or 7, so
Oh.
you still have that,
Hey, that's pretty cute.
if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, pretty much.
So green tiefling.
Yes, tieflings deserve to be green, and it took me so goddamn long to figure out her color palette. I have like 8 or 9 other versions, just with like swapped around color palettes, with like different hair colors and eye color, skin, and that's what I eventually went with.
Apparently, I'm supposed to do this as a ginger. Never played a ginger before, actually.
Red hair is great. Oh, I found the original Earth Genasi art. His name is Algadon. And he's an
Your
NPC in
character?
someone's... No, in the Earth Genasi art. I found the original.
The one that I have?
Yeah.
It's an NPC?
Yeah, it's an NPC from someone's campaign that was commissioned.
How do I curve this so it's not coming out of my fucking eye?
Practice?
That is actually not terrible. Okay, I dig it.
There he is. I actually like this person's art a lot.
wish there was a smug expression, which is cocky, which is not what I want.
Yeah, Event Forge is supposed to be getting a full face customizer soon. Don't know if we'll get it before the end of the year, but so you can tweak the faces more because the
That's
expressions.
more or less honey colored, I think. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just talking.
No, you're fine. I finished my sheet and I have 15 hit points.
What?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
have
proud
much
of
more
me.
health than you. That's terrifying.
What is this?
I
Black?
feel like that's pretty good for wizard health. 15 at level 2. Not
Black
bad.
slack.
That's pretty exceptional, actually.
That's good. I got 16 dex and 14 con.
Nice.
That's good. That's respectable. My intelligence is 18. I'm proud of myself.
Good for you.
And then I need some fancy eyes because I was in the Feywild for a while.
Should strength or intelligent be my lowest?
I'll go with some frost dragon eyes. That's a lot.
Strength? Oh, no, intelligence. Someone needs to be.
Yeah, I dumped
Someone needs to be the
intelligence.
dumb.
I did not.
Well, it's hard to say dump whenever I don't have anything below a 10.
Yeah.
No, my only negative is strength, which is 8.
And maybe I'll go with some heterochromia.
Ooh, fun.
Go with some yellow and some blue. Yellow and aqua.
And aqua.
Aqua. Or yellow and gray. Yellow and gray.
Right. There was a way to do this, and I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, stone. Give me. Oh god, that looks horrible. It looks like I just got through a fight. Oh my god, this color in Hero Forge is System of a Brown.
I mean, you can customize all of the colors.
But like that's the name of it, System of a Brown. Like the band.
Nice.
I love it.
Also, if you don't have Hero Forge Pro, send me a link and I can do fancy tokens.
So nice.
Yeah. And the only reason I got Hero Forge Pro was for making tokens.
Fair enough.
I can believe it.
They're good. I like them. Also, 2 minis, which is a lot of fun.
Oh, you actually got minis from him?
No, I mean like when you're designing minis, you can put 2 minis on one base.
Oh.
If you're a pro, which is fun. A lot of cool ways to like layer outfits and stuff, like more than what they let you do now.
Stone?
Are you having fun?
I'm getting frustrated.
Feel the anger. Rook, damn you.
No. Hmm.
Mm.
Yes.
All right
Going
then.
For some reason, when I leveled up my sheet, it like changed my race to halfling, and I don't know why. Because I noticed it added the halfling racial traits, which I deleted, and then it changed my speed as well.
Weird.
I am not a halfling. I love halflings, but
Maybe you clicked halfling instead of human, or tiefling or something.
I don't. I mean, I didn't think so, but maybe.
Anything's
I mean, you can
possible.
always go
I
back to
think-
that section.
I think maybe because I added halfling language to my sheet,
Ah,
so it decided clearly I must be a halfling when I can speak halfling.
It walks like a halfling and talks like a halfling.
it's a goblin.
It is a tiefling. Halfling tieflings are cute. Who doesn't want to be 3 feet tall and a fun color?
Aw, little gremlin.
Yeah. It's fun just being short.
Oh shit, I had this perfect and then I fucked it up. Oh. Oh ho ho, haha. Oh ho ho ho, haha, hee hee, haha.
You good?
No.
Such a maniacal little giggle.
Okay, it's just gonna have to work.
I think the only thing now I need is an item. Was there any like limits to like for
Common.
source books or?
Oh no.
No.
No, he's been pretty good with just about anything.
So like
And
what
even if
count?
you have
Shit
questions about
ass,
stuff,
fuck
you have
ass.
Yeah.
Is there an undo?
Just like the back button on your browser.
It'll undo
Let's
the
just say
last
that-
change I made?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this changes everything. Not really, but
Yeah.
it does
it
change
won't
some
work
things.
if you like save your mini in between, but
Joke's on you. I didn't even do that a little bit. Didn't even think about it.
So what counts as like a common item other than like common magic items? Like what?
Like weapons, armor.
Yeah, if you go to...
Can't use those.
Fancy robes.
you can also just like come up with something that's like really like kind of mundane. Doesn't really do much.
Nice wizard hat.
Super nice
Book?
wizard hat.
Yeah. I
Oh,
was
that's
about to
fucking
say,
Turn him into an enduring spellbook.
Your spellbook talks to you.
well, I'm playing a
He's a
scribe
scribe
wizard, so yes,
wizard.
my spellbook does talk to me.
Oh, I don't know all the stuff that it does.
The spellbook is actually a person.
Pretty much.
Oh,
It's its own character.
Kinda.
how's that for a thing?
I was
Oh.
really excited about it. The spellbook is actually what found the Tiefling Wing notebook
Ooh.
in our campaign.
Because when I saw Red Scribe Wizard when Tasha's first came out, it was the very first time I'd ever wanted to play a wizard. Because the concept of like a sentient spellbook is really funny. And also, because I kind of want to take the approach like her spellbook is like a warlock patron.
Of course.
Because I think that's fun. It's gonna be its own little person. Also, you can't see it from the picture, but my PC has, my little tiefling has goat legs.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I mean, if you're gonna be a tiefling, go hooves.
I wanted her to have hooves, because none of my other tieflings have hooves. So one of them has scales, but I was like, no, let's make her weird. So she's got hooves and a tail.
Got to have the hooves.
Yeah.
What backstory stuff did you say you wanted? Like a rival and what
A
else?
rival, an ally,
And a drive.
a drive.
An ally, and an enemy?
Yeah.
I think it's a rival or enemy, or is it both?
Both.
No,
I
it's
thought.
ally or enemy. It's ally, enemy, and a drive.
I think he just said he wanted at least 2 names.
Me giving names to all my characters' extended family and childhood best friends. I will name my PC's entire extended family. I once gave a PC 6 younger siblings? And both a parent and a step parent, and mentor and grandparent. I was like, here you go, memorize all of these people. They are all significant.
They all mean so much to me.
Yeah, well, it's a twin sister, younger siblings.
I would have so many choice words for you. We're gonna get to watch some of these people die. I can't remember that many names.
No, it's fine. 3 of them were missing. The dad was missing, and 2 siblings. Edlith and Edmure. Yeah. Oh, now I'm trying to remember the name. They're all their names. It was Rodwin, Edlith, Elowin. I'm forgetting his sister. Cadric, Edmure, and I'm forgetting his sister's name. Ledrith? Dalith. Her name was Dalith.
Dalith.
Yeah. I picked, vaguely Welsh-sounding names.
Vaguely Welsh, huh?
Yeah. I cannot do any kind of UK accent, but that's fine.
It's okay.
And I would not be doing an accent for this character. You're getting a New Zealand accent with a slightly different pitch.
I dig it.
Because I can do vaguely Eastern European. I can't even do other regional New Zealand accents, which is terrible. Because I can't.
I've only got a few that I can do really well, and all the rest of them are terrible.
Yes. Yeah. Because I can't roll my R's.
Oh.
I tried to talk my DM in one of my other games where I'm just using my normal accent, that they had to do my PC's family members with a New Zealand accent.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
He gave it a go. It was bad.
You don't say.
I'm also what is also equally funny is I'm not even the only Kiwi in that particular group. There's another guy who lives in a different city to me. had a good giggle at his attempts.
As long as somebody had fun.
So we did. He gave up eventually, which was fine. Didn't expect him to do it consistently.
This is essentially just making me upset.
You just need more practice.
Well, I mean, there's just a lot of like, I liked a lot of the intricate details in this picture that I can't. It's just physically not possible to do.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna... Actually, what I really want to do is go to bed. It's only 6, I'm so tired.
I know that feeling.
I'm old. My cat woke me up at 6 a.m.
Oof.
I don't know what. And she threw up last night. I think she was just restless. Which I still have to finish cleaning up cat puke on my carpet.
Love
Yeah. So I'm gonna sign off and have a nap on the couch. Like an old person.
I approve of this.
for it.
Take care then. Have a good rest.
Good night.
Good night.
Yep.
Yep, I give up.
I get to spend a little while typing a backstory tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pepper stuff in throughout the next most of a week.
Yeah.
And send him half a dozen questions.
Yep.
Because I know that's what my thing's gonna be.
Yay, we get to play on Tuesday.
Hell yeah.
I know somebody's excited.
I'm gonna send you some stuff, Logan. This is what I've wrote up. Tell me if you agree or disagree.
Man.
Try. Cropped version on the Twitter. I'm gonna steal this bitch's stuff. Where's your Twitter?
Give it to me.
I demand the uncropped version.
Well,
I feel like I'm
Logan and
gonna.
Matt's characters are friends again. I guess that means you and me are gonna be friends again, Brian.
I'm surprised. I feel like a lot of people that do character portraits have a lot of furry bait, and there's none so far. This is surprising.
Where is your halfling from? That might actually work to my advantage.
Wherever you're from.
Where are you from? I'm thinking of being on the Aetherius continent.
I'm actually looking at that because I'll probably be from somewhere towards the south.
Like the desert?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're gonna shut it down here.
I talked to him about
doing a lot of really intricate stuff, I guess, now. Plus, I'm probably gonna hop off soon anyway. Thank you guys for stopping by and watching us try to make characters. It'll be way more exciting next Tuesday when we actually get to play the characters. So hopefully we'll see you guys more around then. And then next week, we'll be doing Death Stranding Wednesday and Thursday before we get into Pokemon on Friday. So I'm really excited. Hopefully you guys are too. D&D will be a recurring thing every Tuesday.
Are you irradiated?
No,
and then we'll be doing the catch-up chatting streams, TikTok
if you're from
reviews, you laugh, you lose challenges on Mondays.
I'm making higher.
Hit me up on Discord. !Mark Discord will give you a link to our community server where I give updates on all of the
Actually, I probably will go to
announcements for the stream. There's also links to the VODs, clips,
I think it's like, how'd you get to
general
everyone
places to
to
chat
overbuy?
and play games with other people in the community. If you're not following, but you like what we're going to be doing in the future, consider hitting that follow button if you'd like to support the stream
okay.
in a more meaningful way, or a more financial way, rather. Consider subscribing if you have the means. Twitch Prime is always an option if you'd like to support me financially without any cost to you. It's not expected, but it is greatly appreciated. I don't think I have anything else. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next Monday. Until then, I hope you guys have a great night, a great weekend, and hey, make use of all that downtime, grind up your experience, so whenever you do come back, you're ready to level up.
Like,
Good night, everybody. I love you.
Because, like, I would